I wanted to make this course because I had a sales call the other day and the guy told me, Josh, before I go to sleep every single night, I pray to God and I ask him to help me generate leads. And it really stuck with me. And as someone who's managed to generate over 600 appointments on LinkedIn, I've got a good understanding on how this platform works. So I wanted to dedicate this whole course to people like the guy I spoke to that literally goes to sleep every day thinking, you know, if I could wake up with leads on my calendar, I would honestly change my life because it's generally changed my life. I'm able to book meetings, help people, able to travel, live life, and yeah, just live a meaningful, fulfilling life. And so it's my responsibility to help other people do the same and to just help them find a way to systemize this whole process and book meetings consistently on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is one of the best platforms right now in order to generate business. People go on LinkedIn looking for business, looking for help, looking for value. It's not like other platforms like TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram where people like go on there to mess around, check videos, check stupid shit. On LinkedIn, people are going straight for value, and hence the reason why I've decided to sort of build a business and be on LinkedIn all the time, trying to provide value, trying to help people, trying to get value from other people too. And so this whole training is dedicated to people like that. I don't know how long it's going to be. It could be an hour, it could be 10 hours, but I'm going to try and provide as much value in this course to help every single person who believes that I do clients who are on LinkedIn to help them generate leads on the platform. So that's it. All I ask is, if you genuinely like the course, join my free community, add me on LinkedIn, shoot me a message, and I'd love to hear some feedback in terms of if you found it valuable, and I'd love to see all your wins. And at the end of the day, guys, we can all make money. There's trillions of dollars to be made in this world, and we're only looking for 1, 2, 3% of that. And so we can do this. Get to work. Get your notepad out. Get your popcorn. Get your pen. I'm about to help a lot of people out. Well, I hope so. See you soon. Let's work. Right. I'm just going to be very direct with my videos. All this training, I'm going to be direct. I'm not going to waffle. I'm just going to get straight to the point and make it very easy for you to go and implement. But before I actually start diving into, the whole ins and outs of LinkedIn, I need you to actually understand who I am and my background and why you should actually listen to me. And so this is me. My name is Joshua Bell. Feel free to search my name on LinkedIn, connect with me, say hello. I'm not going to bite. I'm not going to ignore you. I'm just a normal person like you, just trying to make shit happen and trying to figure all this stuff out. And so I have less than 10,000 followers on LinkedIn. I've generated well over, I've even generated over 100 appointments so far this year, well in February. Last year, I generated over 600. I'm going to share with you in a minute and actually show you that I actually did this. And I've pretty much just found a system on how to consistently, shall I say, book meetings on LinkedIn, whether that's 3 a day, 5 a day, 6 a day. We're currently doing anything from 3 to 10 a day. I have 2 virtual assistants doing that for me. I signed 5 clients last month with a brand new offer. We've placed virtual assistants into agencies within the first 72 hours on a pay and results basis too. So they don't actually get paid until they book qualified calls. The agency pays me a finder's fee, and then that's it. The VA works them for 6 months. And I literally launched a brand new offer on LinkedIn, and it's helped me generate, 5 clients easy. And so that's the reason why I kind of know how this works. I know how to create content, I know how to, do all the outbound, scripting and messaging, I know how to qualify leads, I know how to do commenting that, build your brand. I know how to do the whole building personal brand sort of shit on this platform. And like I said, I've only got less than, I've not even have 7,000 followers. So anyone can do this. I know people with 1,000 followers are making 200,000 a month. So don't worry too much about followers and stuff. You just really want to get good at messaging, get good at content, and people would come to you. Remember, LinkedIn, people are genuinely going there for business. It's not like Facebook, it's not like Instagram, it's not like TikTok. When people on all their platforms, they're either looking at stupid shit, they're either watching funny stuff or looking at naked women or something like that on all these platforms. LinkedIn, you're not going for that. People are looking for a job, unfortunately, because they might have got sacked or laid off. They're looking to grow their business or they're looking to get values from someone in order to grow their business essentially. And so that's the really good thing about LinkedIn. And I do think this is untapped. If you're watching this video, jump on it now. Please just implement everything I'm going to share with you in this training, because in about 2, 3 years, I've even speaking to a few people in the space. It's probably going to get saturated. It's probably going to get as saturated as Facebook, Instagram, all these platforms. I'm probably going to have to pivot onto somewhere else. I'm personally going all in on LinkedIn and also YouTube too. So those are my two main platforms. So that's pretty much why you should listen to me and watch this training and go ahead and implement. Let me just share with you my own personal calendar. As you can see, the last 30 days, 81 meetings, 80 meetings. Sorry. Let me refresh this just so you don't think I'm potentially lying. Let's just go to the last 7 days. The last 7 days, 34 meetings. And we can actually maybe pull it back to, let's just go Jan 2024. Let's just go to December 31st, 2024. Okay, that's wrong. We are going to, so it's Jan 1st, 2000. I'm not editing this too. This is going to be all December 31st, 2024 to January 1st. Okay, it's not letting me do it. Let's just go the last 90 days and see what happens. So cool. 229 meetings in the last 90 days. And because I'm not editing this, this is all like unedited. I don't give a shit, to be honest with you. So yeah, 229 meetings in the last 90 days, all on LinkedIn with 2 virtual assistances. Just some more client wins too, because I'm trying to convince you that this works, and hence the reason why I'm showing you all these wins. I'm showing you my appointments I've booked, because I need you to actually take this serious, because this actually is going to change your business. And if you're waking up to 5-6 calls in your calendar, I'm telling you, life is going to be good. Trust me, you're going to be able to maybe make some more money, travel, provide for your family, enjoy the fruits of your labor. And I'm at a stage where I'm sort of doing this right now. I don't have an issue of generating leads on LinkedIn. A lot of my clients don't really have an issue too. They either speed it up by hiring more VAs, or they just speed it down. Like my client Brian, he said, Josh, I'm booking all these meetings. Let's just speed it up. So just make sure you just listen to me, please. So I'm going to go through some wins. Brian here, got positive reply, send booking link. A lot of these clients that worked with me, I'm giving you these systems for free. They've had to pay a lot of money for this, anything from $5 all the way to $10,000. So if you do want to work with me, that's the price point. I'm going to be totally transparent with you. That's the price point. A lot of them have literally paid me for the systems I'm about to share with you for free. I've helped new beginners go from zero to absolute experts on LinkedIn and generating 80 likes, 80 comments, generating business. One of my former clients, Jose, just literally told me the other day that he signed a client. Guys, he's 19, literally. So anyone could do this. No excuse, It's not an age thing. Anyone can do this. I'm telling you right now. There's some more wins. I've literally just got a website just full of wins. As you can see here, we can keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling. Vina, she signed her first client working with me within 7 days, I think, 8 days. A 5K deal, just done, easy. Will, he booked his first meeting with me within 13 minutes of working with me. Essentially, I had an onboarding call with him. He went downstairs. He goes to university, bearing in mind. Went downstairs to the library, booked his first meeting. He's now signed, I don't know, 4 or 5 clients right now. And he's on the way to scale up to, 15, 20, 30K easily this year if he keeps doing what he's doing. And so these systems work for anyone who has a service. Bear in mind, you need a good service, you need a good offer. Ideally, you don't even need good case studies. You need to speak with conviction. If you have a good offer and you genuinely can help people, because I want to help people like genuinely, and if the people that I want to help the people that they're helping, then it just makes the world a better place. So if you genuinely feel you can help people, then yeah, watch this video, implement everything I say, and you're going to absolutely kill it. I've got so many case study testimonials on my YouTube page, so feel free to watch them. And that's pretty much it for this part of the video. I just wanted to create this video just so you can actually understand, okay, this guy knows what he's talking about. He's not waffling, he's booked meetings, and he can definitely help me. And so that's it. Enough about me. It's all about you. I'm going ahead. I'm going to share with you every little thing I know on LinkedIn for absolute free, and it's going to help you generate your next 5 clients within 60 days. Get your notepad out, get your pen. Let's get to work. See you in the next one. Right, guys, welcome to the LinkedIn Masterclass. Super happy to have recorded this. Like I said, I don't know how long it's going to take me to do. It might be a 4-hour training. It might be a 10-hour training. But I'm really going to try and get to the point. There's no fluff, there's no BS. I'm really just going to try and get to every single point and make this as valuable, but most importantly, easy for you to implement. Because I know a lot of people record, courses and training and modules like this, but it's kind of hard. It's kind of very hard for you to go ahead and implement everything, shared within the training. So I really want to dedicate this course and make it super simple. I mean, literally, if a 12-year-old child came across this course, they'll be able to generate money on LinkedIn and generate leads, etc. And yeah, let's just pretty much dive straight to it. Not for me, waffling around and stuff like that. So here are the 5 key things to do in order to make the most out of this course. So number 1, watch, implement. Do not wait. Ain't nobody come to save you, bro. That's just the reality of the situation. Nobody is coming to save you. Everything that I share, literally, if you even have to pause it and then do, pause, then do. Like, pause, go and do everything, come back the next day and watch part 2. Like, that's how you're going to get ahead of everyone. Do not procrastinate. Do not, like, skip to the step 3 when you haven't watched step 1. Just follow everything in chronological order in order for you to get your goal quickly. Like, don't skip anything, guys. I'm telling you, please. Super important. I've done this with courses before, and I've had to go back and watch the first bit, and it's just been a big mess, and it's really frustrated me. So, if I was to talk to my younger self, generally, if I know the thing, so for instance, if your profile's optimized, like, I would still watch that bit just because there might be a little tweaks that I'm doing or I'm showing that you're not doing to help you generate more leads. So make sure that you are watching everything and implementing at the same time. Do not wait. No one, you know, business is speed, life is speed. It's literally the 15th of February. We're 45 days into the new year. Honestly, it's crazy. Like, what the hell? Like, genuinely, that is scary. We all need to try and generate leads, make money right now. We want to be quick in the micro, but patience in the macro. All our daily tasks, we want to make sure we're completing it within today, but we want to have patience in the long term, knowing and understanding that, this is a long term game. This business life is all a video game. Just treat it like a video game. Every day, get better, level up, and you'll be absolutely fine. And just the last thing, ain't nobody come to save you. Like, the moment I realized no one has come to save me is the moment I said, okay, yeah, fuck this. Like, no one's gonna push me, no one's gonna wake me up, no one's gonna tell me, oh Josh, go and generate leads or try and sign a client, or bro, everything's gonna be all right. No, I've had to find that within myself. I've had to realize, okay, nobody, my parents, no one's gonna push me to make this business work. So I've just had to try and make this work myself. So just remember, ain't nobody come to save you. So point number 2. So I want you to join my free community to ask questions about anything and be around like-minded people who also want to win on LinkedIn. And so my only ask, this is completely for free, guys. Whether you want to work with me or not, I don't really care. I genuinely just want to help people out, because if I was to try and find something when I was starting out, I mean, there's courses on LinkedIn, but the way I'm going to go into detail, you're not going to see anything like this. And so I want to try and help my younger self out. I know there's so many people that are dying for my help all the time. And I said, fuck this, I'm just going to create a free course. And then if you have any questions, you can always go ahead and ask questions in the free community. So join my free community and, just ask questions. My whole goal is to obviously for you to watch the course, join my community, and then maybe in the future potentially work with me and scale you to 100 200 grand a month. But if I can help 1,000 people like completely for free sign their first client, generate their first lead, I've personally done my bit. At the end of the day, I know people watching this video, you're a good person with a good heart. If everyone can do their bit to try and make the world a better place, if I'm going to try and make you money, you'll be able to feed your family, you'll be able to have a dream life, set up a charity, help schools, help your loved ones. So we all want to try and help each other out. Another thing too, super important to be around like-minded individuals who also want to win specifically on LinkedIn. So obviously this whole training is dedicated to LinkedIn. So I have a community which you can basically join. And let me actually show you now. You can basically join for absolute free. You can go in and ask questions. So currently at 122 members. I will leave obviously a link in the description, and you can go ahead and literally ask questions. Like, people introducing themselves, how often do I use voice notes and videos, etc. LinkedIn code outreach. Like, people are just asking questions about LinkedIn, and so my aim is to get this this community to about 1,000, 1,500 members by the end of the year, and I need everyone to help me completely for free. You're never gonna be you're never gonna have to pay for this. So all I ask for, join a community with like-minded people. I'll be more than happy to speak with you, not someone else. Literally me, the founder of this business, and also my brother, who's my co-founder. And let's just help you out, guys. Let's just help you out for absolutely free. So let's just go back. Perfect. So don't do this based on how you feel. You don't want to do anything based on how you feel moving forward. Like literally, your emotions is irrelevant now. Everything we do now, we're checking numbers, datas, and metrics. Obviously, I'm going to go through this in the training. Everything now, we want to check numbers and we want to check data. You do things based on numbers from now on. Fuck your feelings. I'm sorry. Like sometimes I have to swear just because to just emphasize it a little bit more. I don't like swearing, but honestly, like f your feelings. Your feelings are irrelevant when it comes to business nowadays. Regardless if you want to do the work or not, the work has to be done. The work doesn't care how you feel. I know it's harsh. I know maybe I sound like I sound harsh and I sound like this. I don't know. It's just the reality. I can't lie. That the work needs to be done. It doesn't really care about you feel, because if the work doesn't get done, then you're just not going to get to where you need to get to. So, leave your feelings behind now. As soon as you watch this video, everything's done through numbers, data, tracking, and just basically that's it. You're not emotional anymore. You're not like feeling down. Well, you can feel down, it's fine, we're all humans, but you're not basing anything on emotion anymore. We want to get numbers and data to make calculated decisions. So, also, big one, understand that things don't happen overnight. Stick at it. It's meant to be hard. If it was easy, everyone will be printing money on LinkedIn. That's a big one, guys. Do not worry. Like, it's going to take time. A lot of you, majority of you would sign your first client within maybe 30, 45 days. Some of you might do seven. Like, there might be like a 5% that will sign their client with their first client within 7 days. Some of you might take 6 months. But as long as you're doing the right things to move the needle, as long as you're reaching out to your ideal clients, as long as you're creating content to attract them, you do that over a certain amount of time, you are going to print money on LinkedIn. Guys, I don't even want you to book appointments. I want you to make so much money on LinkedIn. Remember, people go on LinkedIn looking for business. They don't go on, like, obviously on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, they're going on there to piss around and, look at stupid shit or look at, naked women. It's just the reality. But people on LinkedIn, they're going to either find a job, they're going to, look for business, or they're going to like generate business or like network, etc., etc. So make sure that you take that and you use that to your advantage, and just understand, yeah, this is a long game. Like I said, business life is really a video game. So stick at it. Just try and get better every day, and you'll be absolutely fine, and you'll be winning in no time. So also document the journey, the good, the bad, and ugly. I've literally got my phone and my tripod over there because I'm documenting me, creating this course. Because at the end of the day, I want to look back in next, maybe at the end of the year or next 5 years, when I'm making 100, 200 grand a month, and be like, oh wow, like, I can be proud of my younger self. And so don't be afraid to document the journey. Like honestly, because when you get to your goal, you're going to sit back, with your missus or your friends, or you're like on a private jet or whatever, you're driving a nice car, or you set up a charity. You're gonna be like, oh, remember those tough days, like, and you just sit back and laugh. So if you want to document it, you want to go back and check. Once I hit 100K, I'm literally going to create a documentary. I've kind of documented everything from zero to where I am now, and I want to document everything until I get to 100K. And so, don't be afraid to document. Don't be afraid to put yourself out there. Who cares what people think? If it helps one or two people, because I know this is going to help one or two people, then who really cares about other people's opinions? And so let's get into the details. So what we are actually going to cover, we're also going to cover sales processes too. I haven't included it in there, but we're definitely going to cover something to do with sales, also making sure that you're closing deals too, because we don't just want to be generating all this business and you're not closing leads. Okay, cool. Perfect. So step one, setting your goals. So we need to actually cover how to set your goals. A lot of people are wanting to make 50 grand, 40 grand, 30 grand a month, but they don't know the numbers behind the goal. So they don't know, maybe they need, if they're charging 10K, they need 3 clients, they need to jump on 30 calls and close at 10%. and basically get to that goal. So they can reverse engineer, okay, how many sales calls do I need every single day? So that means I need one sales call a day in order to get 30 sales calls. Then out of those 30, if I'm closing at 10%, I sign 3 clients, I make 30K. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people can't reverse engineer their goals. They just haven't done it. They're not bothered. They don't think it's that deep. But this is actually like the most important thing. Once we've done that, we start creating your offer. Without a good offer, you don't have a business. So we'll add some guarantees, we'll position it differently. I've got so many different ways you can position your offer to help you stand out, especially it's not saturated LinkedIn, but it's getting saturated a little bit. So we need to help you stand out. A revenue generating daily task. So what to actually do on LinkedIn to move the needle. I see so many people on LinkedIn 100% daydreaming, 100% doing the wrong things, or what do you actually do every day to actually move the needle and make you money? How to make your LinkedIn profile a lead generator machine. That was a mistake. I was meant to say a instead of and. I'm not going to cut this out. We're all human, we make mistakes. So how to actually turn your profile into a website landing page to actually generate you inbound leads so you don't need to do so much outbound long term. Outbound systems too. So I'm just going to give you some messages that work that you can tweak. I don't want everyone to copy the same message because it's going to get super saturated. So I'm going to give you the rough framework of how to position your outbound messages to people. Database reactivation, so actually re-messaging people already in your first free network. That's going to be super valuable. I'm going to share with you how to do that. How to obviously track, I mentioned that too. Tracking is super important. Remember, we don't base our decisions on how we feel. Everything's tracked, data, numbers, etc. And then we can make a decision moving forward. Lead qualification, so Sales Navigator, how to actually qualify leads properly on Sales Navigator, not just the generic way everyone else is doing it, how to actually do it a really sufficient way that's actually going to generate you business. Content that drives leads, not likes. So actually how to create content that makes you money, not just gets you likes and comments to make you look like, okay, this guy's killing it. We don't want that. We actually want to print money instead of just generating likes, because that's not going to make us money and that's not going to pay bills. Inbound systems too. So if anyone comes in inbound, how to actually position yourself, how to message them, etc. VSL creation and scripting. So if someone's interested in booking a call, you essentially want to share them a VSL. So I'm going to tell you how to create the VSL, how to script it, and how to get people to actually watch it. Commenting strategy. So actually how to comment to grow and build your brand on LinkedIn, and then how to hire commission only virtual assistants. Obviously my favorite. That's what my business essentially does. So actually how to, hire real killers that are going to do the work for you, so you can just sit back and create content like this and basically take sales calls and print money. And like I said, we're also going to go through a bit of the sales process. So this is everything that we're going to cover. Like I said, we're going to get into real detail. I'm looking forward to sharing with you all how this is going to work. But remember, you want to watch, implement. You don't need to binge watch the whole 6 hours or the whole 4 hours. I don't know how long this is going to be. It could be 2 hours, 5 hours. I don't know. You basically want to just make sure that you're doing every single thing step by step, and just implementing is the big thing. Honestly, the rate of learning and the rate of change. How quickly can you find the right information? How quickly can you then implement it? There's so much good information online on the internet. But the reason why people are making 100K, 200K, 500K a month, because they find the right information. So they have the knowledge and understanding of how to find the right information. And then once they find the right information, guess what? They're not waiting around until tomorrow. They're not waiting around until next week. They literally implement it straight away. The majority of people, including myself back in the day, would see something really good to help the business, and then would say, "Oh, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it next week. I'll do it next month," and and that's why no one wins, because like by the time it's halfway through the year and it's Christmas, then the year's done, and you're thinking, "Oh, it's too late now. I can't do this." So make sure everything I'm saying you're implementing and doing. And like I said, there's a free community too, so don't be afraid to join. Don't be afraid to network with people, and don't be afraid to, most importantly, ask questions. Guys, I'm super happy to start this training now. Setting your goals is going to be episode 1. I look forward to seeing you in there. Let's get to work. Right, so module 1, let's dive straight into it. So setting your goals. This is super important just because I can teach you how to sign clients on LinkedIn. I can teach you how to generate appointments, but if you don't have a goal, if you don't know how many people you need to reach out to, for instance, if you don't know how many people that need to show up on your calendar, if you don't know how many people you need to close, how are you going to get to a certain goal? We all have like a number that we want to reach. But if we don't set the goals, if we don't know what to do every single day, our daily revenue generating task, how the hell are we meant to get to our goal? And so I'm briefly going to go over pretty much how to get there. Super simple. And it's actually not too bad when you think about it. For instance, my goal is to get to make 100K a month. And so I do know I'm going to be able to achieve that because I've set goals and I do daily things to make me get to that goal. And so if you don't have a goal, then you're just going to be like not really understanding what to do. You don't understand when it's going to be a good day. You don't understand when it's going to be a bad day. For instance, let's just say I'm driving, I'm from London and I drive to Paris, but I'm not using a sat nav, so I don't know how to get to my destination. It's literally like that. A lot of people are not in just in business, just in life. Like you have a goal, you don't actually know what to do, the daily activities to get there. And so setting goals is the first step into turning the invisible into the visible. Tony Robbins. If you don't know Tony Robbins, you're living underneath a rock. He is a really successful coach, a really motivated guy, and he's helped a lot of people. And so he's basically saying that if you don't set your goals, like you're literally invisible. Like you're literally an invisible person. You don't know what you're doing. If you do set your goals, you will turn that invisible person into someone very visible. And so make sure that when you are actually doing not just LinkedIn, anything in life, you actually have a goal and you know what to do every single day in order to get there. That's why, personal trainers, if you're looking to lose 20 kilos, they'll give you like daily things every single day in order for you to achieve that. You don't just like second guess. They'll give you like a proper plan, etc. So make sure that you are knowing and you know what to do in order for you to achieve this. And so we want to calculate a few things. So I've got a few things in here, and all this is going to be in the free community. In order to access these documents, you need to join the free community. So we've got here an ROI calculator. We've got metrics to track, and we've got essentially how to reverse engineer your goals. So we're going to firstly start with this one here. This is my own personal one that I actually created at the end of last year, and it just goes over everything I need to do to get to 1 million a month, which is about 83,000. 1 million a year, sorry, which is about 83,000 a month. And so, in order for me to achieve this, I need to sign 143 clients. I need to adjust for obviously cancellations because when I'm booking meetings, people are going to cancel. So that I need to make sure, okay, like let's just say I book 10 meetings, 2 or 3 people might cancel. And so I need to obviously take into consideration that I'm closing at right now 25 to 30%. And so out of every 10 calls I have, maybe 2 or 3 become clients. So I need to take into consideration. For instance, your sales conversion rate might be 10% or 5% or 50%. So you also need to take that into consideration. You need to track that. How many bookings do I need? Obviously, super, super important. Um, and then, so from what ChatGPT literally told me, I need 1,020 booked calls, and that accounts for obviously no shows. I need 714 actual sales calls this is the whole year, by the way. So that actually doesn't work out to be too many to close at 25%. You need to close 179 clients to hit your revenue target after cancellation. So out of 714 deals, I need to close at only 25%, which is only 179 people, which is super, super doable. I think it works out to be about 85 meetings a month. And out of 85 meetings, as I said below, we'll go into that. I need 12 clients. And so this is the monthly breakdown. So let's just dive straight into it. Let me actually put this a bit more bigger so you can see it. So 83 grand a month, monthly target. So that 12 new clients, they need to jump on about 80 calls to close 12 people. And right now in my business, I'm only taking sales calls. I've got people helping me service delivery. I've got people bringing in clients. So I can take 80 calls in a month. I can take 6, 7 calls a day, no problem. So you need to figure out, your schedule and make sure that you have time to do the most important thing in your business, which is taking sales calls and bringing in clients and bringing in new customers every single day. So that's obviously 15 adjusted for cancellations too. 60 sales calls needed per month. Sorry, it's not even 8 yet. So 85 booked calls per month, 60 sales calls needed per month with a 25% close rate. And that only works out to be 2 qualified sales calls per day. Like take into consideration weekends too, because I literally work 24/7. I have some VAs working over the weekend. They don't work during the week. And so when it comes down to it, when I go to sleep every day, I'm thinking, okay, have I booked 2 qualified sales calls? Because booking sales calls is easy, but booking qualified consistently every day, that's when it gets a little bit tricky. And I've obviously had difficulties doing that, hence the reason why I'm telling specifically qualified calls. That's going to get me to my goal. Anyone can just book sales calls with a random guy that you pitch and he's interested to find out more. But how qualified is he in order for him to buy off you? And so, guys, your goal might be only like one sales call, one qualified sales call every 3 days, or three a week, and it's literally that easy. But because you haven't broken down your goal, you don't know how to get there. You don't know like what's a good week, what's a good day. The majority of you would be happy with couple of sales calls a day or 5 qualified sales calls a week. And it's literally not difficult, especially if you're messaging 100 people a day, or you've got an automation, you've got a VA helping you, or you're creating really good content. So that's what, Monday to Friday, that's 500 messages out. 500 people you message, you need 5 people to book a call with you. So it doesn't actually work out to be too bad. So make sure that you are setting your goals. Like essentially, you can do it like this. I'm gonna put this all in my community. So feel free to see the way I've broken down my goal, and you can do the same. Um, and that's literally it. So let's go back onto here. Let me show you the ROI calculator now. And so the ROI calculator is super, super useful. It basically, I used to use it on so many sales calls. It used to actually make me close so many deals, because as a business owner, I can tell them, listen, if we expect you to get, so the number of bookings that we expect you to get, let's just say it's 12, and you're closing at 25%. So I'm literally telling them on the sales call, like, okay, how many bookings do you want? Okay, what do you close at? How much do you charge? And then it just gives us, okay, like if I get you 12 qualified calls, qualified, I mean, they show up, they fill out the right questions, they're your ideal clients, they're your dream clients. And let's just say right now you're closing at 25% and you charge 3 grand. And so that's 3 clients signed. So we only need to get you 12 bookings out of 30 days. We need 12 people we need to book you 12 meetings out of 30 days. So that's like 1 out of every 5 days. We need to book a meeting. So it actually doesn't work out to be that bad. And that's the way I explain it to people on a call. And they're like, okay, this ain't too bad. And that's why, I've signed over, I don't know, 60 clients on LinkedIn since I've started, because of this ROI calculator. And so, like I said, I'm going to leave this in the community. So feel free to check it out. Super important. I love using this. I still use it on sales calls to this day. You guys can take it. I don't really care. Use it yourself. I did not create this, to be honest with you. This is something I got from another program. It's super useful. It's definitely changed the way I look at my business, and it's a lot more easier for me to reverse engineer my goals, and it's easy for me to close more deals using this on sales calls, because at the end of the day, business is a numbers game. Especially if you're speaking to business owners, you kind of want to see the numbers. If I was to get sold to, I kind of want someone to break it down like this, like mathematically, logically. Okay, so let's just say I charge 5K and he said he can get me 12 qualified calls and I only need to close 3, and I make 15K. And so I'm 10K in profit because I've obviously paid 5K for him. And this is like every single month. Let's just say this is for 3 months. And so he can make me, what's that, 45K, and I only need to pay 5K. And that's what I literally tell people in sales, because I'll be, listen, you pay me 5K, you're potentially going to make 45K, and it's not even potential, it's guaranteed, or we work with you to achieve this, or we can refund you your money. And that's how you pretty much craft a no-brainer offer, which I'm going to explain in module number 2. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So like I said, take it. It's all going to be in a free community. So I need you to join the free community where you can have access to it. I'm not going to be sending this one-on-one. So don't send me a message on LinkedIn and say, can I have your ROI calculator? It's all going to be in the free resources in my free community. And yeah, super, super helpful. So make sure you're doing that and using this calculator. And so let's just go on to metrics to track. So this is the metrics that I've personally tracked, me and my team, in order for me to have booked, last year I booked 630 meetings, maybe more like that, with 2 virtual assistances. I had one virtual assistant for the first 6 months, and I hired someone else to scale. And so there's no ads. This is just people sending a lot of messages to people we can help, and then me obviously creating a brand on the front end and creating good content too. So this is possible for anyone, literally. Rain is not difficult. Like I said, a lot of you just give up. You just give up too easily. Essentially, you don't have time. You don't have the patience. You don't know what to track, and that's why you basically just fail. And so this is the key metrics to track, and this is what I'm going to be sharing with you for the majority of this course to go over and make sure you're actually doing this, because it's super super important. Like, know it, that you're just not going to get anywhere if you don't know your numbers. I had a conversation with my friend last couple of weeks ago, and he was asking me for my metrics and my numbers, and I was like, some of them I could answer, excuse me, some of them I couldn't, like, because I just didn't have my numbers to a T. And now I've just actually changed that, and I've got my numbers to an absolute T, because it's just going to help you long term. And anytime something's going wrong in the business, you know exactly like where to go. Like, you just check the numbers. Anytime I speak to a client, if I'm mentoring them or coaching them, or my VAs, and they tell me, "Oh, Josh is not working. Oh, this is not working, content's not working, outreach is not working," I say, okay, that's fine. So I understand. Don't panic. Let me see the numbers. Let me see how many people you reached out to. Let me see how many people replied positively. Let me see how many people replied negatively. Let me see how many people you sent your calendar link to. Let me see how many people you actually pitched and shared your offer. Let me see how many people that have opened to a conversation. Let me see how many people booked a call. Let me see how many people have showed up. Let me see how many people has not showed up. Let me see your sales process. Let me see how you're taking the sales call. So there's so many different like metrics to track. I'm going to try and keep this obviously as simple, but never like do things based on emotion. Like I mentioned in the earlier training at the start, you never want to do things based on emotion. You essentially want to do everything based on numbers, statistics, metrics, and essentially just fuck your feelings. I'm sorry. It's the reality. Just, F your feelings. This is business. It's nothing personal. It just, your feelings are like irrelevant, and just leave them outside right now. We're here to do everything based off logic. And so you want to track basically, so outreach volumes, the total number of outreach messages sent or emails sent. Obviously, when I was doing emails in the past, I would track this, but now it's literally just LinkedIn. So in terms of outreach, it's like total numbers of outreach messages. You want to actually track this. I've got a spreadsheet that I'm going to give everyone to, so they can track everything, and it's going to be super useful. So content curation, number of content pieces you produce. I feel like this is super important too. I'm still trying to get this to a T, but right now I'm averaging a client every 2 weeks, and I signed 6 clients last month, and 4 of them came for content, and I post every day, and so I know, okay, let's just say if I just carry on posting every day, I'll get 2, 3 inbound clients, and we all know inbound clients are super easy to close, and so I know I'm literally going to post every single day. I'm going to share with you guys how to post every day. It's very not difficult. I know a lot of people say, "Oh, how do you post every day?" and what do you post about? But it's super, super like easy. So I'm going to share with you how to do that in the few trainings in the next modules. So yeah, content creation. You need to track how many pieces of content you essentially you create, and what's the type of content that obviously does well, what goes viral, what gets good engagement, good impressions, and what doesn't, etc. So obviously LinkedIn, they have this whole big thing about commenting. So if you can, you want to track how many pieces of comments you do, whether it's 10, 30, 20, 50, because you can grow very quickly by commenting. All the gurus say it. And to be honest with you, they're kind of true. I don't think it's the most leveraged thing. A lot of people, I know Lara says if she started from zero, she'll just spend all day commenting on people's posts to get herself out there, which is fair enough. She's miles ahead of me, and she's probably right. But I just feel like there's a lot more ways to leverage your time on LinkedIn, and I personally wouldn't do that. I would definitely be connecting with a lot of people and having conversations rather than commenting, but that's just my own personal opinion. And so you want to also track positive reply rate in terms of like the numbers, like 6%. I'll explain that down the line when I talk about tracking, etc. And so you want to basically, this is the percentage of outreach messages that receive a positive reply. So let's just say, for instance, you send 100 messages, and you get 6% positive reply rate. That means out of 100 people, 6 people reply positively. And those are the numbers, guys. You're probably thinking, what, only 6 people? Well, yeah, like majority of time, people are going to say no. So just get used to that. There's going to be a lot more bad days than good days, but you only need to have one good day. You only need to get rich once. You only need to make it work once, and then it just becomes infinite. So don't worry about getting like no's, I'm not interested. Don't worry about getting blocked. Don't worry about getting abused. Remember, leave your feelings back there and just do the work. And who cares? Like, honestly, the amount of times I've been abused, my brother's been abused, we've been blocked, we've been told this, we've been told that. It's just part of the game. That's just outbound. Like, if you're too scared about what people think, if you're too scared about people like abusing you, then basically just like click off this video and just find something else to do, because you just don't have the mindset in order to win. You think Elon Musk cares about getting abused? You think Jeff Bezos cares about getting abused? They get lawsuits every day. Their feet there. They don't like base they don't base their business and the moves they make in life and business based on feelings. They do everything through structure, numbers, and metrics and things like this. And so let's go then to the next one. Appointment booking rate 2%, which basically means that out of 100 people you reach out to, 2 people book a call, and that's when you can reach your goal. For instance, my goal is 2 people, a day, and so I know, okay, if I've got a 2% booking rate out of 100 people and 2 people book a call, well, I know now, okay, I just reach out to 100 people every single day that are my ideal clients, and I can book 2 calls. I can get to 83K a month. Obviously, there's factors. I need to be at closing. I need to make sure they show up. I need to make sure they're warm. They know about me. They know, like, trust me, all that good stuff. But that's literally the metric. So that's also something you want to track. Sales conversion rate too. So sales conversion rate is obviously the percentage of booked calls that result into paying clients. So you want to try and get anything from 25 to 30%. Anything higher than that is good but bad at the same time. It could be that you're charging too low. So if you're closing at 50%, which basically means if you have 10 calls, you close 5 people, which is like really good. You kind of want to increase the price and keep increasing the price where it goes down to 30%. So for instance, let's just say you're charging 5K now and you're closing at 50%. Your next 10 calls, you need to go to like 7, 8K, and not everyone's going to be able to, well, they're not, yeah, you get some people that just can't afford that, but you might close 3. And so I would personally, um, change that and make sure that you're keeping it at that price. So super, super important to track that. And so weekly and daily activities. So obviously, weekly outreach goal. I'll go through this now briefly. 200 to 500 messages, approximately 100 touch points per day. It's not very difficult. You can literally you can split it up, like do 30 in the morning, 30 in the afternoon, and 30, 60, 90, and then what's that? 30, 60, and then 40 in the evening, sorry. And so it's not difficult, honestly. Like, when people say to me, oh, 100 messages a day, like, how do I do that? Like, it's too long. Like, it's literally not long, honestly. You can either do it or leverage a VA, which I'm going to explain to you how to leverage VAs. And you only need to pay them on commission. But 100 touch points a day will get you to your goal easy. The rule of 100, Alex Simonzi says it all the time: 100 outreach, 100 piece of content, 100. I don't know the exact ones he says, but it's true. It definitely helps me, and that's why I'm sharing it with you guys. And so expected response rate 10%, so 25 responses per week. Booked calls, 40% of responses should book a call, so 3 to 15 per week. Sales calls conversion 20%, so 2 clients per week from sales calls. And so if I book 15, 20 calls closing at 20%, I kind of know I'm going to sign 2 to 3 clients. So that's why when I like look at the week and I've got like 10 calls next week, I know at least I'm signing 2 or 3 clients, and that makes me happy. So I know a lot of people, you jump on 10 calls, they're not qualified, they don't show up, they're not good fit. So I'm going to go over that, how to do this in this training. So make sure that you're jumping on calls with people that obviously could fit, and just make sure you're booking meetings, whether they're a good fit or not. Do jump on calls, because you just never know. I've had so many times where I haven't thought someone was a good fit. I didn't think they had the money, but boy, they had all the money in the world and they paid me in full. So make sure that you're tracking these metrics, guys. Super, super important. Like I said, this is going to all be in the community. So you'll feel free to access it. You can either send me a message on the communities as a post. Do not DM me separately, please, unless it's like something really personal. But if it's just general questions on LinkedIn, you can either drop it in the community, I'll answer it, or my brother will give you some help. And yeah, this is the first training, guys. Setting your goals and making sure that you are that you know how to get to your goals. So that's it for the training. I'll see you in the next one. Don't go into the next one until you've done this. So pause it, make a copy of the sheet, reverse engineer your goals, and yeah, let's get to work. Let's start implementing straight away. No time to waste. See you soon. Right, module two, crafting your offer. Remember, guys, my aim is to get you to sign clients on LinkedIn, give you a predictable way to book meetings every single day on LinkedIn so you can get to your goal. However, before I start talking about LinkedIn specifically, I need to help you a little bit with your mindset and to tell you that, fuck your feelings, do the work. I need to basically explain to you how to reverse engineer your goal, which I did in the past trainings. And now I need to actually tell you how to craft an offer, because this is not going to work if you don't have a really good offer. And so the reason why I say this, because at the end of the day, let's just use me as an example. So a lot of you who don't actually know what I do, I'm a lead generation agency for B2B businesses. So I help anyone who has a business that just needs to sign more clients more predictably. I help them sign clients on LinkedIn, whether mainly agency owners. To be honest with you, I've helped coaches in the past, but agency owners just have a bit of a budget, more of a budget, shall I say, with a small team, and they just want to scale and expand, build a brand and generate leads that turn into clients on LinkedIn. And so a lot of people do what I do. So many people out there do what I do. They promise this, they promise the world, sales calls, money back guarantee, all that good stuff. And so I needed to really sit down and position myself differently in terms of what I'm doing, my unique offer, etc. And so far, I've actually managed to do that. And it's only taken me, I mean, last year I was booking a lot of meetings, but with a similar offer that everyone was doing. Remember, the most important part about your business is definitely 100% your offer. Like, if you have a really good offer, you're going to do well. Whether you can live up to that promise or not, well, I'm hoping you can, you're going to do well. And so the way I position my offer, so like I said, I do lead generation, but what I do, I would place a virtual assistant into your company within 72 hours. I'm trying to get that down from 72 to like 12 hours. So, but right now it's about 3 days because we need to train them, etc., and make sure we're finding the right fit. So I'm going to find, sorry, not even find, because I have a pool of VAs. I'm going to place a virtual assistant into your company within 72 hours who is specifically good for LinkedIn, that will take care of your outreach, will personalize the messages, will create content for you. And what we'll do, we'll manage them for the first 3 months. And then for the next 3 months, I'll get my CSM to, keep it to manage them with you too. And so the reason why we've done that is because we want to place the virtual assistant in-house into your company, so you don't need to use a external agency in the future, so you don't get burnt ever again. And the good thing about these VAs, they work on a complete commission only for the first month, for the first 2-3 months. When they hit a certain threshold, you could then put them onto like a monthly retainer of 500, 600, even $300 a month, just depending on how many hours you want them to work a day. I would like to think that's how I've separated myself from other lead generation agencies. And so my promise is to get a VA, plug and play a VA within 72 hours. They'll do all your outreach. You only pay them on a commission. You don't need to worry about anything. So we take care of the content. We take care of the outreach. The only thing you need to do is focus on serving your clients, improving your product, improving your service, and getting even better at sales calls, and make sure you're closing at 25, 30, 40%. We'll take care of all the back end, and you just create awesome content, deal with, take sales calls and service your clients. And the reason why I've positioned my offer like that is because I've done that myself, and I know how powerful it is to have virtual assistants to work with you. And the reason why, I'm a little bit different to everyone else, because I mean, these virtual assistants, I train a lot. Like, I can take someone from just a general lead generation person who's never used LinkedIn before to you could say a quote unquote expert within 3-4 days. They'll know every single thing, and that's what I tell my clients that I help them with. These VAs too are able to work within US time. So It's not like they're working in a different time zone. You can have two VAs. You can have one VA working UK time, one working within US time. And so there's so much leverage into actually having a VA for your company. As owners realize that, it would definitely help them grow. And so that's my own offer. I have the offer. Obviously, I have the community, the free community, and I'm probably going to have a paid one in the future for sure. So Q and A's, etc. People can actually share screen and show me their problems and show me what needs solving. And so that's how you craft a good offer. Like, it's taken me a while to do. So this might not take you overnight. You maybe ask your friend, ask your customers, like, how would you ask your customer now, and say to them, how can I make this offer so good that you will genuinely feel stupid to not want to work with me? Like, how would I make it so good? And your customers are going to give you your best feedback, and so don't be afraid to ask them, and just say, listen, this is not sales call. If you could just be honest with me, you are my ideal client. If you have X problem, what would make a perfect, irresistible offer for you not to work with me now in the future? And they'll tell you, literally. You do that. You jump on 10, 12 calls, 15 calls. The amount of data, just have your notepad out and start writing stuff down. The amount of data you're going to accumulate over time, and you'll be able to craft an irresistible offer so good people feel stupid saying no. Alex and Ozzy, read that book if you haven't. It's definitely going to, it's going to help you. It could change your life, honestly. Having a good offer can change your business forever. So don't be afraid to actually dedicate a few weeks. If you're not going to go broke, if you're not going to go homeless, like, stop thinking about making money today. Think about making money long term. And that's the way I would personally do it. If I had to start from zero, if I wasn't going broke, if I'm not homeless, like, if I didn't need money now, I'll just have really a lot of conversations, and I'll craft an offer around the conversations I have, because we all know, what's the point of creating an offer when you don't even know if it's going to work or not. And so this is a spreadsheet here. Like I said, you need to join my community in order to access this spreadsheet, and I'll go over it in a nutshell. But there's a lot of questions. Like, you need to do this properly. You need to define your ICP. So you need to first get clear on your target market before creating an offer for them. So, what specific industry or community niche and sub niche do you focus on? Can you provide 3 examples of companies that perfectly fit your ideal customer within this niche? What are the typical jobs titles of people you aim to help with these companies? The marketing manager, software developer? Is it the CEO, founder? You need to know this. What is the ideal size, number of employees of a company you like to work with? So, for instance, I like to work with companies anything from 1 to 10 employees. Some of my friends in the space, they work with people only 500 plus. So you need to know, like, how many people, you know, what's the size of the company that you want to work with? What specific problem do you address for companies in your target niche? Is it generate lead? Is it management customer data? Is it service delivery? Like, what do you actually like? What's the specific problems? Like, not just problems, like really specific. The more specific you can be with the problems, the better. Because if you jump on a sales call and you tell them like a specific problem, they'll know if you've done your homework or not, etc. And then you'll have a higher chance of them potentially being clients. What are the primary goals of the people you help within these companies, and how does your solution address them? That's another valid question. What are the negative consequences of the problems you solve for these companies? Lost revenue, unhappy customers. What methods have companies in your niche typically tried to solve this problem in the past? So what have they tried to do? Have they tried to use LinkedIn ads? Have they tried to use LinkedIn organic? Have they done an outreach? Like, what do you normally see people have issues with, that was a problem in the past, that potentially your solution can be different. You can position your solution a little bit different. What's the current situation of the companies facing this problem, frustrated with existing solutions, lack of awareness, etc. What is the ideal company in your niche hope to achieve by solving this problem? Is it increased productivity, improve customer satisfaction? Is it increase revenue, profit margins, etc.? How are companies trying to address this problem, even if it's not, ideal? Is it a manual process, insufficient tools? What are some common beliefs or misconceptions companies in your niche have, about this problem? Are there any industries or sub niche that experience a similar problem that you could potentially serve? Um, And then this is step two. So there's a lot of questions here, guys. Like honestly, this is not a joke. There's a lot of questions, like, and I'm gonna go through it everything right now. So make sure you're paying attention. Let me actually try and zoom in a little bit more, just so you can see. Okay, perfect. So, what is a tangible promise that they will see after working with you? Numbers based, guys. You need numbers. They don't want to be like, oh yeah, we're gonna get you like we're gonna help you grow or something vague. We're gonna help you grow. Like, what does that even mean? No, like you're gonna sign 5 clients in 30 days because we're gonna do this. We're gonna do X, Y, and Z. Or you're gonna get 1 million views on your videos. Like, people want to see numbers as business owners. Like, I'm a business owner. If I'm being sold to, I kind of want numbers. I want metrics. I want numbers, or else I don't really want to hear it. What revenue range or uplift should they expect to see from their service? What other tangible benefits would they achieve from using your service? From using your service, what plans, frustrations would they avoid? What is the biggest problem you intend to keep? What's the bold claim? What's your bold claim? What's your guarantee? How can you make this promise tangible, numbers based? Everything's numbers, guys. What will this mean to them? What doors does it open for them? So for instance, if I work with an agency and I get them an extra 10 clients, and they serve well on those clients, well, that can have a spiral effect and lead to, way more opportunities. So you need to explain that to them. And this is good to actually understand. Why is this outcome important to them? What mechanisms do you use to achieve their desired situation? Explain mechanism in a 1 minute sentence. So if I was to explain my mechanism, I would say I leverage VAs who have trained, hired, and managed to come into your company and do your outreach, create your content. So you only focus on sales calls and delivery and creating and like video content, because obviously the VA can't do video content. So that's how easy you want to explain. The mind mechanism is highly trained LinkedIn virtual assistants. You need a unique mechanism. So I'd actually say unique mechanism. And then create your message. This is very easy. So we help niche get desired outcome with time frame without pain. So for instance, for me, it'll be we help agency owners sign the next 5 clients within 90 days without having to send outreach or having to create 100 pieces of content or something like that. Super, super easy. Make it easy to understand. Um, and then you want to insert, you want to launch your offer now. And so live, so step number 4, launch your offer. So go to the market, launch your offer, receive feedback from the market, and note down all feedback from the market. And so after you've spoken to 15 to 30 prospects, you want to come back and fill this step. So generally 15 to 30 people will take you, it could take you a day, it could take you a week, it could take you a month, but super leverage, guys, because you can just now craft like I mentioned before, you can craft an offer based on these answers. So what word or phrases do you hear your prospects repeating over and over again? What stories do your prospects like to tell that occur across multiple calls? What metaphors or analogies do your prospects use? What things does your prospect appear to be bored and sad and talking about? What things does your prospect appear to be excited and energized talking about? What words, sentences, or phrases that you used did not resonate with your prospect? What words, sentences, or phrases that you use resonate with your prospects? Based on the above stated ways in which you can improve, your message hypothesis. After making at least 15 to 30 offers to your niche, using your message hypothesis, collect all the feedback from ideas, for improvement, and then go and improve your current message and test again in the market. And that's how you win with offer. You've done this. There's literally no point of like going on to the next training if you haven't crafted an offer, because you're just going to say to me, oh, Josh is not working. Oh, Josh, you're full of shit. Well, I might not be full of shit. Maybe you just don't really have a good offer that stands out, that's like irresistible. And so super important to do this. This will be in the free community. It'll be in the free community like mentioned. So make sure you obviously join and you can have it and ask me a question if you don't understand anything. But yeah, super, super important crafting your offer. Once you've crafted a good offer, we can then take it to market, and then you start seeing, good responses, good replies. People want to speak with you. People understand that you're aware of the problems they face because you speak like them and stuff like that. For instance, agency owners, I can speak a lot more casual. I'm not speaking to lawyers or, things like that. Maybe if your niche is lawyers, you need to speak a lot more professional, etc. But you need to speak in the tone and language that your ideal clients are in, basically. And that's pretty much it. And so that's it for the video. I'll see you in the next one. Sort your offer out before jumping, into the next modules, and let's get to work. Take care. Right, module 3, tracking. Tracking, metrics, numbers. You need to know your numbers, guys. Super important. And I'm only saying this from experience. If I had to start from zero, I would definitely I would definitely get my numbers like right and dialed in from the jump. Every business owner, everyone that I listen to, because I'm far from perfect, and I still know I need to improve on a lot of things with the business, because I'm not even at 100, 200k a month, and a lot of them say to me, your numbers, you just need to know numbers. Business is a numbers game. You need to know your metrics. You need to know what's doing well. You need to know how much does it cost you to acquire a new client. I think that's probably the most important thing. If you know that number, and then making money ultimately becomes very, very simple. But if you don't know, okay, I need to put $1,000 in to get 10,000 out. If you don't know that number, you're just going to be second guessing. And right now, I know roughly out of every, I would say, 5,000 people I message, I can get 2 to 3 clients. So those are my personal numbers. Once you know yours, I mean, life will be a lot more simple. And so in terms of the metrics I specifically track on LinkedIn, because remember, this is all LinkedIn. This training, this module is meant to help you specifically on LinkedIn and how to book meetings on LinkedIn. There's a few things I track. You don't need to be as detailed as this, but the main things you need to track are let me actually read these out for you, and then if you don't want to be as like specific as this, I'll just give you the main things that you need to track. So messages sent, obviously how many people you're sending messages to. Positive replies, so how many people actually reply positively. Booked calls, so how many people obviously book a call in Canada. Calls showed, how many people actually show up for the call. Qualified calls, so let's just say you book 10 calls and only like 6 were qualified. Deals closed, how many deals you actually close, and then the positive reply rate, like the percentage, the call booked rate, the show up rate, and the leads converted rate. And so these are the main metrics that I've personally really started to track to a T, just so I know, okay, how many people do I need to reach out to sign one client? Because once you know that, then life just becomes a lot more easier, like I explained. And so I'm about to share with you a few different spreadsheets. Like I said, they're all going to be in the free community. So if you just come across this video, join the community, and you can have all these spreadsheets. You can have every little thing. I'm giving everything away for free, and it's going to make life a lot easier. So I created this spreadsheet. I actually didn't create the spreadsheet. My virtual assistant created the spreadsheet, and that's what I mean about leveraging a VA, just because she actually created the spreadsheet for me, and she came to me as an appointment setter, and now she's helping me create spreadsheets, etc. And so I'm going to be fully transparent and give you my own personal numbers in terms of what I've actually done so far this year. And so I've tracked everything, and so the numbers we want to hit. So a positive reply rate, we want a minimum of 6%, which basically means out of 100, and you want to test out of 100 messages. So testing, you kind of want to do anything from a minimum of 100. You can go all the way to 500. It really depends, or 1,000 or 2,000. I like to test out of every 100 to 500 messages. So out of every 100 people that you reach out to, you want a positive reply rate of about 6%. So out of 100 people, you want about 6 people to reply positively. Obviously, the more the better, but if you're getting a minimum of 6%, I know you're thinking, what, only 6 people to reply positively? Well, yes, this is part of Outbound. You're not going to get, you might get 20, 30, 40 people reply positively, but realistically, majority of people watching this, you're only going to get 5, 6, 7 people reply positive. You might even get 1 or 2, and that's just the reality of the situation when it comes to cold outbound and outreach. And so that's that. In terms of call booking rate, basically means how many bookings are you actually like converting. Out of 100 people, you want basically a 2% booking rate. So you want 2 people to book out of every 100 messages you send. Lead converted, 1%. So out of 100 people, if 1 becomes a client, happy days. Obviously, your LTV is lifetime value. So if your lifetime value is $7,000 or $5,000, then you want to put it in there. So show up rate, you want a minimum of 70%. If you have an online business, you kind of want 70% is like standard industry, um, like numbers, etc. Anything low, then you definitely need to look into, the leads. Are you making sure you sending them reminders, etc. So that's the minimum you want to hit. A sales conversion minimum of 25%. So for every 10 people you speak to, you're closing at 25%. Very simple. And then in terms of, so you're closing 2-3 deals out of every 10 people you reach out to. Those are good numbers. If you're closing at 40-50%, you're probably charging too little. You need to increase the price until it gets back down to 25-30%. I mean, cancellation rate 20% standard. So this is one spreadsheet, and so these are literally my numbers. I'm gonna be fully transparent and show you my numbers so far this year. And so messages sent, I sent 19,624. And you're probably thinking, what? How many messages? Like all on LinkedIn? Well, yeah, literally all on LinkedIn in the month of January. I do have a big team now. We're scaling, so I have 6 setters, and everyone's sending a couple hundred messages a day. So we're able to rank up on the volume. If you're just starting out, that's fine. Do it yourself. Hire one setter, and then the most. And then once you're hitting these KPIs and you're hitting these numbers, you can always leverage more virtual assistances, get some LinkedIn accounts through friends, family, and start doing more outreach to just increase the volume to essentially make you more money. So positive replies was only 145%. 145, which is probably not where I want it to be, but I mean it still got me six clients at the end of the day, and so that could have probably been a little bit better. So I might need to tweak my initial message. So booked calls was 55, which is pretty solid. So in 1 month I booked 55 calls, no ads, no nothing like that, and plus my virtual assistants, because they work with me full time, I pay them a monthly salary. But a lot of you watching this, you can pay them on a commission only basis. Now I'm going to explain to you how to hire, train, manage in further modules in the program. And so calls showed. So I had a good show up rate of 89%, as you can see here. So 49 people showed up for the call, and I'm going to go into how to make sure people show up in later modules. But yeah, that's pretty good numbers. Qualified calls. So 47 out of 55 calls were qualified. Those are the numbers you want to hit. They're really good numbers. Majority of people qualified. We make sure they're super good fits to potentially work with. And then out of 55 calls, 49 show up. I closed 6 deals, which is not too bad. It's definitely not too bad. Those are the numbers. Not everyone's going to want to work with you. I charge quite a lot too. A lot of these actually came cold, and they didn't actually know a lot about me too. So the fact that I converted them, which was awesome. And so these are just like the percentage rates of what I've just mentioned here. And so this is the way to do it. You can make a copy. As you can see here, I've got my numbers for February, so I've signed 3 clients already. I've sent over 7,000 messages, and you can literally use the same. And so every month you can just see if you're improving and getting better. So for instance, this month already, as you can see that I'm improving a little bit in some aspects, but some aspects I definitely need work on, because I'm not perfect, and yeah, you're not learning from an expert. You're learning from some guy that just managed to figure out meetings, how to book meetings on LinkedIn, and he's just trying to help other people too. But I'm far from perfect. And so this is another spreadsheet. This spreadsheet was not mine. I got this from another program, so you can't give me credit for this. But I've definitely used it, and it's really, really helped me in terms of booking meetings. And so it's very, very easy to use. These spreadsheets are all going to be in the free community, so join it if you haven't, and let's just go over the metrics. So media seen rate, positive reply rate, candidate sent rate, appointment booking rate. Media seen rate basically means out of 100 people you message, you want at least 60 people seeing your message, or else your messaging's not really dialed in. You definitely work on that. In order for you to see the message on LinkedIn, let me share with you an example of what that actually means. So if you go into your inbox now, let's just say, so this guy's about to do my landing page. I'm about to send him $150, and as you can see here, he's seen my message. So that's an example of that. That's literally what it means. Let's go back to the spreadsheet. And so you want a minimum of 60 people seeing your message. In terms of positive reply rate, like mentioned here, anything from 4 to 6%, even 4% is kind of good. So like that's not too bad numbers that you want to be hitting. So you want a minimum of anything from 4 to 6. Calendar sent rate, which basically means out of 100 people, you want to send at least 2 people your calendar, and then out of that, you want an appointment booking rate of 1%. So out of every 50, 100 messages, you book one meeting. So you know now, okay, in order for me to sign one client, if I'm closed at 25%, I need to reach out to like 500 people. And like I said, once you've done that, you know, life becomes a lot more easier because you know your numbers and you know when you're basically about to make money. And so in terms of this spreadsheet, it's very, very simple. You don't want to touch these numbers. These numbers change automatically, so don't want to touch this. What you want to do, every single person you reach out to, you want to put them in here. So you're going to put their name, their profiling, the date, and tracked. And so let's just give an example now. Let me just use an example. So let's just say I want to target marketing agencies. And so I'll click see all people, and then I can start like connecting with all these people. And so before I would send a connection message. Okay, my amount of limits. So let's just say that went through. Once I've finished connecting, I'll take his URL. I'll click copy, and this is long, guys. I'm not gonna lie, like this is long. You need to do it. This is just the work you need to do, and then once you've got a budget, or once you've got some money to play with, you can then outsource this to a virtual assistant. But you need to know how many people you're reaching out to. You need to know how many people are booking on your calendar. You need to know how many people you send them your calendar link to. You need to know how many people are replying positively, etc. So it's super important. So we put the date. The date is the 16th of February 2025. And then we want to click tracked, which means yes. As you can see, that number changes. And then we want to send our 3 follow-ups. We want to send our 3 follow-ups. Any notes after the 3rd follow-up, we just keep it moving. So that's what you want to do. If they're not interested, you can highlight them in red, or you can just cross. It's very simple. So I'll just highlight in red in this example, and then that's that. So that's column number 1. Very, very simple. And let's just say you reach out to 20, 30, 40, 50 people, and 5 people reply positively. We then take them into this column here. I remember media seen as if they've seen the message or not too, so make sure you're tracking this. If I click yes, as you can see, these numbers change, and then you can sort of see if you're in KPI or not. And so name engage. So let's just say, like I mentioned, reach out to 20, 30, 40 people, and 5 people reply positively. We then take them to the next stage of the spreadsheet. Put their name again, the profile, and the date. So for instance, let's just say we reached out to people on Sunday, which is the day I'm recording this, and they replied positively on a Monday. We put the date, and then we put tracked yes. As you can see, these numbers start to change too. And then we want to do our follow-ups, our 7 follow-ups, and just click. So you can actually just copy and paste this, and you can use this also. And just so you know, okay, I've sent my first follow-up, yes. I sent my second follow-up, yes, etc. All the way to 7, and then if they don't apply for the 7th, you can basically just not give up, but move on to the next person. And so that's that. So this is where it gets a little bit confusing. So let's just say they've replied positively and they're open to a conversation. So if they're open to a conversation and you've sent them your calendar link, so they say, okay, sounds good, and then you'll be like, okay, great. Why don't we do this? I'll send you my calendar link, book a call, and we can have a conversation. So you've sent them your calendar link. You want to put them in here. So let's just say 20 people you pitch here, and 5 people say, yes, I'm interested, and then cool. You send them your calendar link to book a call. You put their name, the profiling, the date, tracked yes, and then you want to do the follow-ups. And then that's this column here. So let me explain again, because I know a lot of people get confused by this particular part. This is if they reply positively to the conversation. Out of 20 people that reply positively, 3 people are open to a conversation. We put them in here. We put them in here, you send their calendar link, they're interested. And then this last column is if they've actually booked the call, and if it's confirmed on your calendar. And that's when we want to put them in here. So these 2 sections are different. Just remember, if you need to listen to this again, listen this to again. Super important. And then you can sort of see, okay, out of 100 people I message, 5 people reply positively, 3 people I send my calendar link to, 1 person booked a call. Okay, great. So I know now I need to just reach out to another 100 people to get 2 calls, 3 calls, 4 calls, and then over time you'll improve your messaging, you'll improve your lead qualification, and then that could even get out of 100 people I message. You book 5 calls, and that's how you just sort of know your numbers and you can sort of see if you're doing well or not. So this is the spreadsheet. I personally don't use this spreadsheet anymore. I've created my own, but I know a lot of people like the spreadsheet, so that's why I've explained you how to do this. There's a lot more quicker way doing this. I don't necessarily believe, but you don't necessarily have to write everyone's name and profiling. I only care about people that are replying positively. So I only care if I'm reaching out to 600 people and 10 people reply positively. That's who I want to track. And so why is that thumbs up there? So let's just go back into this spreadsheet. So this is a spreadsheet that my VA created. I'm going to explain to you like how it looks. And so we'll put the day, the date, messages sent, positive replies, and then calls booked. And so on Wednesday, 1st of January 2025, message sent 00. Obviously, everyone was off because it was the first day of the year, second day of the year. And then third day of the year, we got straight back on it. So 1,000 messages sent, 12 positive replies, 6 booked calls. And that's all I care about. And then if they reply positively, we put them in here. If they book a call, we put them in here. And obviously, if they get sold, we put them in here. And so this is the spreadsheet I've personally been using. Like I said, you can have it all for free. Just join the community and it'll be there. And if you have any questions regarding this, we can help you and get into the details. And that's pretty much it, guys. This is how you track, and this is how you get really good at it. But you're not going to get really good at it if you don't start from somewhere. So if it's a bit overwhelming, it's okay. Sometimes I feel overwhelmed when it comes to all these spreadsheets and stuff, but you kind of need to know your numbers. You need to know, what are you putting in to get out? It's all about leverage. The little I put in to get a lot out. And once you know these numbers, you'll be able to scale in no time. But this is probably one of the most important videos in the training, just because I could share with you how to reach out to people, how to get them on your calendar. But if you don't know the numbers, if you don't know like how many people I need to reach out to sign client, you're going to be very confused, and you're just going to become like, okay, I'm just second guessing all the time and not actually understanding, what I need to do in order to sign and close a client. So that's it for the video. I'll see you in the next one. Make a copy, you start using these spreadsheets and get to work. Take care. Right, so you're probably thinking like, when's this guy actually going to start talking about LinkedIn? He's talking to me about craft and offer, he's talking about mindset, he's talking about like he can book all these meetings. When is he actually going to start talking about LinkedIn? Well, I'm going to start talking about LinkedIn right now. Module 4, how to make your LinkedIn profile a lead generating machine. So we're going to need to start at the top. Before we start attracting people, we need to make sure our profile's good, because at the end of the day, if I was to show you how to build these systems and how to start generating leads and clients, and then they come on your profile and they don't know what you do, you're not really clear, they don't know who you help, they're just going to click off, and guess what? They're going to start working with your competition and you're going to be pissed. And you're not even going to know, to be honest with you. You have so many people viewing your profile, so many of your ideal clients, but because they don't really know what you do, like they're just going to click off, like seriously click off. They need to know within the first 10 seconds what you do, who you help, and how you help people. And once you've done that, life will be good. And so you basically want to treat your LinkedIn profile like a website landing page. So a lot of people invest a lot of money into website landing pages. People pay $500, people pay $20,000. I personally paid, since starting LinkedIn, I've paid at least easily $1,000 into my profile, testing this, testing that, trying my different banners, different call to actions, different thumbnails on my feature section, my about section, the way I position myself, my recommendations. Like, I've tried to spend so much money invested in my profile. And now I would like to say I've got a good profile. It's very clean, very clear, and people know my intentions, which is the most important thing. If a child, I always use this as an example. If a child was to click my profile, would they understand what I do? If I was to break down my offer to a child, would be able to understand in one sentence. That's how crystal clear you want to be. Don't let people second guess, guys. People's attention spans are 0 to none nowadays. They don't care about you, they care what you can provide for them. So make it clear and get straight to the point. People respect that more, especially on platforms like LinkedIn. You don't need to hide. People are looking for business, remember. They're not on other social media platforms where people are looking for instant gratification, dopamine, and all that good, and all that stuff that we don't want. On LinkedIn, people are looking to make money, or people are looking to work with potential like clients, etc. And so make it crystal clear and let people know what the hell you do. Let's show my profile too, but let's go through this Google Doc briefly and go over what you need to do with your profile. And so, if you haven't joined my free community, when you join my free community, you'll get access to all these templates. These are the examples of me, and you can literally go ahead and just basically, if I was to zoom in now so you can see it a little bit more clear, you can, put your picture if you want, put like basically what you do in a nutshell, and you can also put a call to action, whether that's call me, go to my feature section, subscribe to my newsletter, etc. And so I've created templates for everyone. So you literally, it's not difficult. If you're still not very graphic designy and you're not good at tech, well, basically just give this copy to someone that is, or hire someone and they'll do it for you. But I need you to move with speed. Like, don't let this take you 2, 3, 4 days. Honestly, I've helped people with this, and it's taken them like a week to like just do a banner. Like, it's literally not deep. Literally pay someone on Fiverr or work with me in house, and we can do it for you. Like, but I need you to move with speed when you're doing this. And so that's with the banner. In terms of the headline, there's different variations. Just pick one and do it. Honestly, not very difficult. For instance, I help ICP get outcome in time frame. Very, very simple. Don't overcomplicate it. So that's with the headline. Make it very. I see so many people on LinkedIn trying to be too clever and trying to like be sneaky and stuff, and never put founder on your profile. Like, that's another thing too. So if I was to go on LinkedIn right now, I'll share with you my profile later on. So let's, for instance, this guy is quite good. Scale your brand and business with LinkedIn content. That's pretty clear. But as soon as you start putting founder, I can't. Let me see if I can find an example of someone that's done that. Let's see if I'm going to bait someone out today. No, so everyone on my guiding individuals. Yeah, okay. Everyone seems like they're doing quite well on my timeline. But a lot of people basically have on their profile, they'll be like, founder or CEO at company. Like, no one gives a shit about your company. I'm sorry. It's deep, I know. Like, it's the reality though. Like, no one cares. I don't care about your company. I just care what you could potentially do for me. Like, that's just the reality. We don't care about you. We just care about what you can provide for them. So make your profile all about them and not really about you. Do you know what I mean? Your customers, your clients come first, and then you come second. So let them know what you do, and then maybe they can start saying, "Oh, you the founder." Let them ask you that essentially. And so that's it with the headline. So if some of you do like speaking and stuff like that, you could put speaker, whatever, etc. I know a lot of people do that because they might want like paid gigs, etc. So you can also put that too, but just get to the point, etc. So featured section, you kind of want a few things, not too many. You want a VSL explaining what you do, and you want case studies, client interviews, etc. And then maybe like a free resource where you can take someone's details, etc. So free resource. So for instance, if I was to do a free resource, I can give this away for free, but in exchange of your email, and then put you on my community or put you in my email list or stuff like that. That works super, super well. We don't overcomplicate the feature section. Don't have too many things in there. And I'm probably a hypocrite because I might have a lot, but I have a lot of case studies though. So I mean, if you have a lot of case studies, don't be afraid to put case studies in here. See, my thumbnails on LinkedIn, and actually got good feedback from somewhere. He said he likes this. It's more like a YouTube style thumbnails, and so this has been doing well for me. I know someone clicks my profile, the agency owner, they're gonna click one of these videos because they're high quality, they're thumbnails, and like people want to actually hear, okay, what is it actually like working with him? And so don't be afraid to put your case studies and testimonials. A lot of people don't put their stuff because they don't have good results. So you just need to work on your product, and you literally become you literally be in the 10% of people. So get a good product, get case studies, get interviews. Try and get actual interviews. So for instance, like if I click this video, let me just actually pause it and then unpause it. So this is actually a video with my client, as you can see here, Will, and it just takes them onto my YouTube page. So actually conduct an interview if you can, like any client that you worked with in the past. Just say to them, listen, can I have a quick 5, 10 minute interview just to go just so just so I can use it as help, to be honest with you, and social proof if that's okay. And they'll do it. A lot of them will do it, especially if you've helped them a lot. So that's that. In terms of the feature section templates, like I said, this will be in the community. Also, this is some guys I worked with that's done it. So this is a guy called Justin here, and yeah, just take it. This is one of my other clients. Take it and run with it, and it will definitely help you for sure. And so let's just actually go in terms of how to actually put all this stuff on your LinkedIn, just so you understand exactly what to do, etc. So in terms of actually, you know what? Let's actually talk about the about section beforehand, and then we can talk about how to actually put all these stuff on your profile. So once again, with the about section, you can frame this like a story or like a post. People like a story, so I used to say back in 2020, I stumbled across this weird platform called LinkedIn. This platform is now, giving me the dream life. I'm able to do what I want, where I want, because I got good at one thing: booking meetings. I help agencies book meetings on LinkedIn through virtual assistances on a commission basis only, and then I can give my recent results. And then if you don't have case studies, fine. Just remove this part and just talk about your process. So explain your process high, keep it very high level. You don't want to give them too much, because why are they going to want to join the call when you're literally giving away everything you do? It's not going to, build interest and spark for them to want to speak with you. And so once you've done that, you literally try and get them back to your featured section and access free training or check case studies, etc., and stuff like that. In terms of if you can have your LinkedIn here, obviously they're not clickable. So if I was to go to my featured section, I can't. Where's my featured section? I can't click links, so you can't click links. So that's why I personally just removed it. But I mean, you can put it. It's not the end of the world. Like, don't overthink this bit. Who cares? I've not really seen, like, no one's ever said to me, "Oh yeah, Josh, like I found your link in the featured section. I booked a call." Like, no, they just don't do that. So it's totally up to you. It's not the end of the world if you have it there or not. And so that's it for the profile. You can literally, like, watch this after, go ahead and do it, or go on like Upwork or Fiverr, or message me and we can do it in house. And that's how you basically fix your profile. Very, very simple. In terms of the whole profile, so obviously this is how to change your banner, etc. It's very easy, it's not very difficult. In terms of changing your headline, um, you can just literally click the pen icon here, and then if you scroll down to edit custom button, and then you can put either non-link or premium button. So link takes them onto my free community, which is good. So that's the way I personally done it, which is super simple. So featured section, in order to put something in the featured section, if you haven't put something in the featured section before, just click this button, click a recent post, click feature on the top of profile, and then you'll be able to add another thing in. And so you can either add a post or you can add a link. Pretty simple to use. Like if you've got a YouTube video, if you've got like a funnel, etc. website, you can put it in here. And just make sure you're not putting anything in the description, because if you put something in the description, which I mean, so let me give you an example. So let me edit. God, what's happened there? Let's go back quickly. If I click edit, so I just put a title. I don't put a description, because if you put a description, it's not like you can't just like click the link. You can't just click the link. Like you need to. It will take you onto another page, and then it will take you onto the actual page. And so without a description, you click the link, it takes you straight to the YouTube page. So don't use a description with your title. Just a little thing that I don't know why LinkedIn done that. It's a bit weird, but I guess it is what it is. It's not our platform. We don't make the rules. And then yeah, the about section, just this pen icon thing. You write your stuff, and that's pretty much it. You can add your skills. I'm not really. A lot of people have endorsed me personally. Endorsements are obviously good. You can get recommendations. You can add your like what you actually do, the keywords within your niche. Recommendations. Also, I've not really seen the like. No one's ever messaged me saying, "Oh, Josh, like I loved your recommendation. I loved your recommendations and stuff." It would work, but I don't really feel people care too much about this. I think it's more like having interviews with people. That's proper social proof. Actually speaking with your clients one on one. And screenshots do help, but the whole interviewing videos definitely are more beneficial. And that's pretty much the way I do it. And so, lastly, now let's actually talk about my profile and what I'm trying to get from my profile. And so, my whole aim is to basically get people to my free school community, because if you just clicked my profile, for instance, I'm about to sign a client in by next week. She's about to sign me. She came across my post and she liked what she's seen. I was running on the treadmill. Let me actually get it up. Story time, guys. Let's get it up. So that's actually her. That's actually her. Porter, she's gonna become a client soon in a few weeks, and I'm gonna tell you how I managed to actually get her as a client. And so if we scroll down, so there was a piece of content where I was doing a run on the treadmill, and so this is me in the trenches, as you can see, getting after it, and she made a comment. So she commented. She said this, great, it's fascinating, blah blah blah, and it was a really good comment. And she connected with me. She started liking my posts. She liked what I did. So I offered her to go into my free community. So as you know, guys, if you haven't, you obviously need to join so you can get all this stuff. This is my free community, and once she's in my free community, she's obviously consumed my content over the weeks. I post every day, so I'm always in her face, which is super important. I'm also going to explain to you how to post and get in people's faces all the time, so they just keep thinking about you. To her, because I know, people don't just buy now. I don't know. It takes what's the stat? It takes 30 hours just before someone buys to consume your content and all that stuff. I don't know the exact stat. So instead of me just trying to get her on a call straight away, which you can, I'm going to share with you systems how to get people on a call and then pre-qualify them, make sure they show up, etc. But I'm just going through their longer approach. I'm thinking 5 years. I'm thinking 10 years right now. And so the way I've done it, I sent her a message on LinkedIn. I said, hey, thanks for, liking, commenting on my post. You really educated my audience, and I appreciate that. And she said, Josh, no problem. I love your stuff, etc. And so I said, okay, thank you so much. Why don't you join my community? I've got even better stuff in there, and you can speak and network, etc. And so she did that. As soon as she joined, I sent her a message saying, glad to have you on board. Book your free onboarding call, etc. She booked the onboarding call. I treated it genuinely like a call to help her and give her as much value. But because I was giving her so much value, of course she asked me, okay, Josh, how can you help me? And I told her, explained the price, and she said, listen, Josh, I want to work with you. And so that's how simple it can get. And it went from, when did I first speak to her? So I first spoke to her, so when was this? 1 week ago. Today is the 15th of February 2025. I spoke to her 1 week ago, and 7 days later, she's going to become a client. And that's how you can sort of basically sign a lot of clients through the profile, through the content, through making, not being too pushy, not being too salesy, taking her into a free community. I know I'm not specifically talking about profiles right now, but that's the journey you can take people on in order for them to start working with you. And that's literally it. So make sure your profile is good. Make sure it stands out. Like you can see here, I've got a clear call to action. My banner can probably look a little bit more clean, but at the end of the day, it's still generating me a lot of business, and it's still getting people into my free community. Because I know if they're into my free community, I basically have a massive, you can even say this is a massive hub of potential clients I can help with. And so I can post more here. I can be more direct if people want to work with me and things like that. You can either create a free community like myself. I know a lot of people are doing this. Super useful. And then in the future, I'm going to create a paid community. I'm going to build this community right now to 1,000, 2,000 members, and then do a paid one in the future. If you don't want a community, obviously, I know a lot of people have email lists, so just get people onto your email list and get them consuming your content through that. And so that's it for the video. This is how to do the profile. Like I said, watch, implement. Go ahead and do it. If you're not very good at creating graphics and stuff, I'm not good myself, don't worry. I hired people to do this for me, so go and look for someone to hire, or obviously you can work with me and we can help you do this. But just do it, please, honestly. So you don't have to think about your profile for the next year, 6 months, 3 months, whatever, because it is the most leveraged thing, especially if all your business comes from LinkedIn like myself. I don't mind investing good money to make sure my profile is crystal clear, because at the end of the day, it's going to give me a bigger, much more leverage return on investment, and it's going to help me generate a lot more business. And so that's it for the video. I'll see you in the next one. Keep working hard. Let's do this. See you soon.
Right, guys, this is probably going to be one of the most important parts of the training, and you need to get this right because a lot of people come to me, a lot of business owners say, I can't get qualified leads. I'm able to generate some leads, but they're not qualified. They don't show up. They're not good fits. Well, I'm going to share with you what I've personally done and what I've done for my clients in order for, me to scale from 0 to 600 plus meetings in 2024. And we've got very different ways to qualify leads. I've not seen people do it these ways, especially on softwares like SalesNav. So you're going to want to get a pen and a paper and you're going to want to take this in and implement straight away. Because once you've done this, I don't think you're going to have an issue with lead qualification again. Some of it you probably know, but in regards to SalesNav, we get deep. We get really deep. If you are looking to take your business serious, I highly suggest you do get Sales Navigator. Join my free community. I do have external partners who can get them for a lot cheaper. So if that's the case, shoot me a message on my free community in the DMs, and I'll be more than happy to hook you up with that. But yeah, anyone serious about your business, you just need Sales Navigator. It's essentially Google on steroids. It's Apollo, the LinkedIn of Apollo, and you can really find good qualified leads. Put it this way, every other, even instantly, all these other, softwares and these email marketing businesses, they all get all their leads. Every business owner gets their leads from Sales Navigator. So if you know how to filter out leads on there, trust me, you'll print. Okay, perfect. Let's dive straight into it. So, Module 5, lead qualification. So there's only a few ways to find leads on LinkedIn. Whether you can find some in the comments, you can come across some people that you might be able to help in the comments. But the main ways I've seen personally that's helped me scale and my clients is through LinkedIn search bar, very simple. Sales Nav, which we're going to explain. Events, which is also good, and then groups. If I'm missing out on anything, let me know in the free community. But these are the four main ways that I've personally seen that work super, super well in terms of finding the right ideal client. Let's first start with LinkedIn Sales Nav. Let's first start with LinkedIn search bar and go over how to actually find leads on there. And so it's very simple. Majority of you know how to do this. There might be a few things that you haven't done before in the past, but let's just go over. So we're going to use an example of marketing agency. So let's just say I want to target marketing agency. So perfect. So type in marketing agency, and as you can see, it comes out of all of this. Obviously, I explained first week connections in the database reactivation. That's remessaging everyone in your first week connections. We don't want to do that. We obviously want to reach out to new potential prospects. And so once we do this, it actually comes up with, as you can see here on the left hand side, people, posts, groups, products, companies, jobs, job posts, courses, more people. Really, we only want to touch people, groups. In terms of post, I actually not really touch that because you're gonna have to click and then connect. We just want a list of people to connect with. And so we go to people. We want to go to see all people. And as you can see here, there'll probably be a lot of marketing agencies, which is also a good thing too. And so when you're finding your niche on LinkedIn and there's over like 250,000, okay, there's like a lot of people for me to reach out to here. So as long as I have a good offer, as long as I've got good content, my profile looks good, your positioning's good, you're going to generate leads. And so that's another big thing, that you have a lot of people to actually search from. And so once you've done that, the second thing you want to do is click second degree and also third degree connections. So these are people that you're connected with and they're connected with them, and so mutuals, sort of mutuals, etc. Basically, that's what it means. And so once you've done that, you want to go into location. So if I was to target marketing agencies, primarily I'm from London, UK. I can start with the UK, or I can do United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. Those are the main countries that I personally target. I'm sort of diving into the Scandinavian market too a little bit, but mainly these are the countries I target. So let's just go UK. You can also be a lot more specific too. So you can say London area, say Manchester, Birmingham, or if you're in the States, you can say New York, Texas, Alabama, Miami, etc. And it will come up with people within that space. So let me actually give you an example. So if I just type in Miami, comes up Miami, Florida, USA, and then I'll click show all results. And so in Miami, there are over 2,000 marketing agencies just in Miami, which is pretty good, And so what we want to do here, as you can see, like I'm looking at these people's headlines, and they say marketing, advertising, professional marketing. Like I only really want to speak to maybe the CEOs, the founders, the owners, the chief executives, the co-founders, etc. And so the way we're gonna make sure we're only speaking to those type of people, we're gonna go into all filters. And with all filters, I personally don't touch current companies. I don't touch this. I don't touch that. Don't touch any of this. I can sometimes press professional services, advertising services. On this occasion, we'll probably do it just because marketing services are advertising services. They are marketing services. They are professional services. They probably do offer some business consulting and services too on the side. In terms of language, obviously it's English. You don't need to touch that. And then this is where you actually need to pay attention, guys. So in terms of the title, you want to put quote on and then insert the actual decision maker that you want to speak to. So founder or owner or CEO. And so that means anyone that has founder, owner, and CEO in their name is going to come up in this search. And it's probably going to narrow this search down a lot. But remember, we only going for qualified leads. So I'd rather find 100 qualified leads than 2,000 leads that I don't even know if they're a good fit. So once I click show all, probably going to come up with, there we go, 477 leads. And these are real qualified leads. These are second degree, third degree. They're Miami. They got the industry that we want, and they're either CEO, founder, owner, etc. And so that's literally how you do it. And that's very simple. Then what you can do, you can either just start connecting with people. So if I was to click Chaplin, I think that's how to pronounce his name, I would go to more, I would go to connect, and I would send a connection message. You can do that. Obviously, you can use automations or get a virtual assistant to do this for you. And there's 477 people. And so if LinkedIn gives us 200 connections a week, you can literally connect with half of these people. And let's just say 100 people connect back. And that's 100 conversations you can have this week. 100 conversations, you can easily book 4 or 5 calls, turns into one client. And that's how you basically do the whole LinkedIn generating leads on LinkedIn thing. Very, very simple. So that's how you find leads in the search bar. Let's now go on to events, groups, and I'll leave sales nav to last because it gets a little bit detailed. So in terms of events, so what I can do, you can hack people's events. So basically, if I'm looking to, let's just say, lead generation. So if someone's creating an event regarding lead generation and there's 100,000 of people in there, well, I can join that event, and guess what? I can take those people's clients, that person that's creating that event, because if you're all going to the same event looking to generate leads, well, I can help with that too. So I can leverage other people's events. I can leverage other people's groups. So let's just type in events here. So as you can see here, there we go. Perfect. 85 attendees. So executive masterclass, LinkedIn lead generation systems to 2 to 10x your sales. Perfect. So I can click here. Once I've clicked here, I can go to register. I can click submit. Once I've registered, you can actually join straight away, which is pretty awesome. And so there's 85 people here. And then I can go and see if they're my ideal clients. But they pretty much are my ideal clients, or else they wouldn't have like signed up to join this event. And so I can go and message them and say, hi, I seen that you joined this event. I'm assuming you're looking to generate leads on LinkedIn, and then that's how you can start a conversation. And there's 85 people in here. Let's just say I want to just target people. Can I change my location? Yeah, let's just say just the UK and US. Show results. We'll take it down even further to 28 people. Okay, and that's how you do it. Events is very, very. No one really talks about finding people events, but it works and it's super, super useful. And it can definitely help you to generate and find more qualified leads, etc. And so if we go back now to groups, similar thing to groups. So if I type in marketing agency, and then I go to groups here. What I can do, you can join groups. I think you can request to join about 20 groups, and then, no, I don't even think up to 20. I think it's about 10, and then you can't request to join more unless you get accepted. And so once you've joined these groups, you can then go ahead and start messaging people. So you click show all, and then you can start messaging people. In terms of, you can search like marketing maybe and see if it comes up with many more people. The only thing about this, it takes a little bit longer. You need to try and qualify them a little bit more, click in their profile. I do know there's a lot, for instance, um, my ideal clients are mainly based in that UK, US, and things like that. So you need to actually filter around and see where they're located. So, for instance, if I was to click on this profile here, she's located in Ghana, so it's not an ideal fit for me. So that's the reason why this will take you a bit longer actually checking, where they're from, etc. So you don't need to do this. You can get your VA to do this, or I mean, you never know. You can message people from anywhere around the world. It's just not my personal preference. I really like working with clients based in US, UK. That's just because that's where I'm from, and so that's the way to find leads through events, as through groups. Sorry, and so let's go last but not least, Sales Navigator. In terms of Sales Navigator, so the normal generic way I'm seeing now is when you go on Sales Navigator. So when you go on Sales Navigator, my Sales Navigator is not working for some reason. What I'm going to do, I'm going to create a separate training, a full training on how to use Sales Navigator that I'm going to include in this program in the next video. And so make sure you watch the next video, probably the most important video you'll ever watch. But that's literally how to find leads using LinkedIn search bar, events and groups. I'll create another video regarding Sales Nav, and you'll be able to see it shortly. All right, guys, take care. See you in the next one. Join my free community if you haven't. Speak soon. Let's get it.
Right, so this genuinely could be the most important video that you watch in this whole course, because if you know how to leverage Sales Navigator to find qualified leads every single day on LinkedIn, I mean, you're gonna make a lot of money. A lot of businesses that I've personally worked with, to this day, in the past, have all come to me saying, "Josh, how do I find qualified leads? How do I find qualified leads? That's all I need." Everyone can generate leads, but in order to find qualified leads that actually you can help and they're perfect fit in terms of who you're looking to help, it's literally going to double your booking rate and double your revenue overnight. And so make sure you watch this particular part of the training a few times. I'm going to specifically talk about Sales Nav on this occasion. If you don't have Sales Nav, I suggest you get it. If you want to take your business serious and if you want to generate qualified leads, you should purchase it. It's $100. There are some external companies that you can get Sales Nav for cheaper, to be totally transparent with you. So you can always look and then potentially get it with them. But I mean, $100 is not going to kill anyone. It's not that crazy expensive. If you're charging high ticket, it's definitely worth it. And so let's just dive straight into it. So what you want to do, you want to purchase Sales Navigator Core. So I know there's a lot of different premium accounts. The Sales Navigator Core is the best one. Sales Navigator Core, the best way for me to explain it, it's probably, how can I explain it? It's like Google on steroids. Google on steroids. It's really good. You can qualify leads and company headcount, current job title, etc., geography, have they posted on LinkedIn, etc., connections, are they first degree connections, second degree, and all that good stuff. So this is like the generic way. I'm sure if you've come across LinkedIn sales now videos, a lot of people just explain it just the generic way. So you go into lead list and it'll come with a bunch of people, etc. Well, I found out a way to actually qualify them even more. And we do this using accounts instead of leads. And so when we go into accounts, we first want to target the actual company, and then we get a list of companies, and then target the specific job types we want to reach out to after we've targeted the companies. And this way, it essentially allows us to find way more qualified leads than just going through the lead list. Why it does this?
I don't know particularly, but it works wonders in terms of finding real qualified leads. And no one actually uses this approach because they don't really understand how this bit works. So I'm about to explain it. So get a notepad and pen. Yeah, so let's dive straight into it. And so I'm going to use an example as, I don't know, let's just put law firms. Law firms. So when I type in law firms, I can say 120,000 plus law firms. Let me actually just type in law firms, see if it comes up with more. Okay, 100K. Let's just type in law firms. It comes up with more. Okay, perfect. So once we want to do that, so in terms of what I do and what I do for my clients and what I sort of coach, annual revenue, we don't really know where LinkedIn gets these numbers from. So therefore, we don't really want to touch that. So I don't normally touch that. You guys can have a mess around with it, but I would just say leave that because they don't like where LinkedIn getting these figures from in terms of how much these companies are making. So I don't really like touching that. In terms of company headcount, let's just say I want to work with companies from 11 to 50 employees and 51 to 200. So I know, okay, they're doing well. They'll be making some sort of money, at least like 500,000 a year if they've got anything from 11 to 50 employees, 51 to 200. So they must be doing well in terms of like the revenue they're bringing in. In terms of company head growth, this basically means, do you want to work with a fast growing company or do you want to work with a slow growing company? So, for instance, you can put here 5%, 10%, 15%. I personally want to work with a fast growing company, so let's just put 15% and see what that comes up with. So it still keeps at that number, which is fine. In terms of location, let's just say United States comes up for 11,000, perfect. In terms of professional services, so we want to go with legal services, law practice was also there, which was awesome. Law practice, what else? Professional services, and yeah, that's fine. Number of followers, we don't want to touch that. Department head count, don't want to touch that. Department head count growth, don't want to touch that. Fortune, don't want to touch that. Technology use, don't want to touch that. We don't really want to touch any of these things here. And so, what it's essentially done now, there's 10,000 plus law firms that we could potentially reach out to, and all these essentially that these law firms have different employees and different job titles, etc. But we obviously want to filter out from who we want to speak to. We speak to the founder, maybe the owner, and stuff like that, the CEO, etc. And so the way we're going to do this, basically, what we need to do now, we need to save the list first. So what you're going to do, you're going to select here, save to list, create a new list, and the way we're going to make sure this is all nicely organized. So we're going to put law firm, and then we can put 15%. So that's like the company headcount growth. And then we can also put 11 to 200. So that's employee headcount. And then we can put USA. And then we can save it. And then when we want to do another lead search, potentially in the UK or Canada or Australia, we know now everything's organized. And so these law firms have been saved to this list, and we just want to keep now saving all these lists. There's no way, I've not figured out a way, sorry, to automate this, so you just have to do it manually. Just suck it up. It'll take you a few minutes. It's not going to be the end of the world. Once you have a virtual assistant, they can do this for you. But let me just do a few more. Let me just do one more, and then I'll go on to the next part. So you want to do that, save it. Okay. So now I've saved like 100 law firms. And once I've done that now, this is the most important thing now. You want to go back to leads. So go back to leads. And as you can see here, we've got all these stuff still on there from the account. So the company headcount, company headquarter location, industry, etc. We don't have geography, it takes it off. But what we want to do, we actually want to remove all of this first. So it doesn't, so LinkedIn Sales Navigator doesn't get confused. So once we remove this, we want to go to account list, and in our account list, we'll have our save list somewhere. As you can see, a law firm. We want to, wrong one. We want to click it, and as you can see now, it's come up with 2,000 people. And then we want to go to US, United States. It was the location. Perfect. And then in terms of job title, let's just say we want to speak with the CEO, I'm assuming, founder, Senior partner, I think, was a good one. Senior partner, maybe co-founder. Okay, 59 people. And you're probably thinking, oh, it's not a lot of people. Well, these are 59 proper super qualified leads if you're looking to work with potential law firms, etc. 3 years, 18 years, 4 years, and they have companies with 11 to 200 employees. They're going to have money. So it's like 59 people. And what you can do, I wouldn't even I wouldn't send broad messages. I would personalize my outreach to try and get a positive reply. So that's literally the cheat code. No one does it like this. The smaller the lead list, the more you need to personalize the messages. When I find a lead list of only 60 people, I'm happy because I'm thinking, oh, these are super, super qualified in terms of who I can help. So the only thing I need to do now, the lead list is qualified. All I need to do is get my offer right and get my messaging right. And, you know, not even hope they reply. I'm telling you, they will reply. If you have a good offer, good message, you got profile optimized, you got good content, you got a good brand. These type of people, they'll reach back out to you. And so that's the way to do it. Honestly, it's very simple, very easy to do. It's literally taking me, as you can see, the recording 10 minutes. And then it'll take you another like 15, 20, 30 minutes to reach out to these prospects. So it's a very high leverage thing. Remember, a lot of you watching this course, I'm sure you're charging 3, 4, 5, all the way to 20K. You're doing something that's going to take you 30 minutes to potentially bring back 3K, 4K, 5K in your business. So make sure you do this properly, and you'll be absolutely fine. So that's it for the video. Drop in the community if you have any questions regarding this, and I would love to hear some feedback or anything like that if you need help with anything. But yeah, that's it. This is how to find leads on Sales Nav. I will see you in the next one.
Right, module 6, outbound systems. This one's going to be fun just because I know people are coming across this video and be like, okay, yeah, let me take your script. What's he saying? What's he sending? I'm going to give you scripts, but scripts don't really work, guys, to be honest with you. You just need the framework. Okay, what do I say at the start? What do I say at the end? What kind of call to action do I like? How do I do a call to action? And so once you know there are framework, it doesn't become a script. It just becomes like a message, and and it comes across very casual, and it doesn't sound automated. So, as mentioned here, so scripting works, but personalization will always win long term, guys. I'm not gonna lie, personalization will always win. There's softwares like I know Instantly have it on for emails. Clay is a really big one. So personalization works. Hence the reason why I've built a business to leverage VA so they can send personalized messages for myself, for my clients, etc. Because that's always going to work. Unpersonalization does work, but you just need to do a lot of it. And so you can send 50 personalized messages and that might book you 2, 3 calls. Or you can send 150 messages that are not personalized and that can still book you 2, 3 calls. So just really depends on what approach you want to go with. Both work, so don't like don't get defeated and don't get deflated and don't be like, oh, this doesn't work. I'm telling you right now, it does work. Like cold outreach is the start of everyone's built a business from initially reaching out to people cold. So outbound systems do work. And make sure if you don't have any clients, you don't have any money, well, guess what? You need to make this work because how on earth are you going to sign clients in order for you to potentially run ads in the future, in order for you to leverage a VA, in order for you to maybe get an automation? So get good at reaching out to strangers and get good at making them interested in your service. So obviously in this video, I'm going to explain to you how to do that. And so let's dive straight into it. So scripting. So with scripting and with messaging, it's very, very simple. There's 3 parts of a message. People go on way too much in the DMs, not just on LinkedIn, but on all platforms. I was literally speaking to someone, she's a wellness coach, and she was saying, oh, yeah, Josh, I've been speaking to this person for the last 6 months, and he still hasn't booked, or she hasn't still booked to call me. I was like, what? It's like, how on earth have you been speaking to someone for 6 months? Like actual conversations in the DMs, and you haven't even asked for a call, or you haven't even like talked about a potential like conversation where you can actually speak and explain your service on the phone. And so don't be like that. That's going to keep you like basically broke and not booking meetings. We need a way to basically go from point A to point B, which is booking meetings, and we want to do that fast. You don't when anytime I'm in the DMs with someone and I'm having a conversation that's pretty long and it's going on to the next day, I'm thinking, nah, this is not getting anywhere. Let me just move on to someone else. I know there's there's times where you have genuine conversations with people and you don't feel like it's the right time to ask for the meeting, but with LinkedIn, like I said, people are naturally going onto the platform to build a business, build a brand, generate clients. So you can have business conversations from the jump. Don't be afraid to do that. Obviously, you can build a relationship first, but you can go ahead and be like, listen, I've seen your profile, seen that you run an agency. I don't know if this might interest you, but listen, I have virtual assistants that help help agencies with all the back end, and we pay them on a complete pay and results basis. So you only have to pay them once they book your meetings, open to more info. And that's like a good message, a good offer. And so I know for a fact well, I've done it myself, I've tested that script. I know for a fact that gets good replies. And so scripting is really about, ideally your niche and how they want to be, reached out to. And so let's dive straight into this. So what is this used for? And so you will use this to store your scripts, metrics, and everything else. So it's easy for you to find, and you can give it to your setters, so your VAs, when they onboard. So everything is in one place. And so there's three parts of of like a message, of outbound message. There's an opener, there's a mini pitch, and then there's basically you sending your calendar to book a call, and then there's follow ups in between. And that's the reason why I was saying, guys, like, there's no like, you don't need to over complicate this process. It's literally, you reach out to them, say, hey, a little bit of personalization. I have this really good thing for you. It's unique. You need to explain your unique mechanism. I think it might be able to help you. Are you open to more information? Some people say no. Yes, that's life. You're gonna get rejected. Like, just remember, not everyone's gonna want to buy from you. We only need 2, 3, 4% to buy from us, guys. 10,000 people. We need only 10 people to buy at 5K to get to 50K. Like, literally. And so just accept that you're gonna get more no's than yes, unless you're Tony Robbins, and you're not Tony Robbins, because if he was, you definitely wasn't. We would be watching his course. And so just accept the fact that you're going to get a lot of no's. The people that do say yes, you then go on to step two, mini pitch. Explain what you do. Give some case studies. If you don't have case studies, go over your process. And once you've done that, you can actually be like, you can go and ask for the call. Like, would you be able to open for a conversation to go over how this might be able to help you, or this might be a good fit, etc. You want to say might because you want to be a little bit curious. Like I said, everything needs to be done very casually. I've got scripts here that I'm going to open in a minute for you guys to see. Like I said, this is all going to be in the community, so you can go ahead and make a copy, and it's all yours. And so once you've sent them the mini pitch, and then let's just say they haven't replied, you've done all the follow-ups. I'm going to go over follow-ups, etc. too in this video, and they're open to conversation. Well, great. You just say, okay, perfect. Here's my calendar. Pick a time, and looking forward to speaking with you. Then after that, we talk about the VSL and getting them warm, etc. And that'll be a different module. And so, in terms of, let's go back to step one in terms of the opening message. And like I said, I'm literally giving you messages that have worked in the past, that are working currently. They work for me and my business, and I'm sure they'll work for you. But you need to understand, like, I don't want to just give you scripts because it might be different to everyone. Like, it's different to everyone's business. Like with me, I'm targeting agency owners. Agency owners kind of get pitched all the time, so you can pitch them, but you can pitch them with a if you pitch them with a really good offer and you position it well and you add a little bit of personalization, then they'll reply. So, because they get pitched all the time, agency owners and stuff will help you do this. And so I know if I come across an agency owner and I propose them a good offer, he might be interested in working with me. And like I said, this is a script I was using for a while. Probably going to get saturated after this course, because I don't know, this course is probably going to get a loads of views. So I'm probably gonna have to script another one, which is fine because like I know the fundamentals, I know the framework of how to script a message, and so this is how you break it down. Let me actually zoom in just so you can see it a little bit more clearer. Where is the zoom button today? Zoom. Where is zoom? Okay, there we go. Okay, perfect. Let me just put my screen smaller and let's go. And so once you connect with people, so on LinkedIn, you don't want to send a connection message with your connection request. And the reason why I say that is just because anytime I've sent a message with my connection, my acceptance rate is not as optimal as if I was to just connect with them without the message. And so that's the way I've done it. I tell my VAs, okay, just connect with people first. We have a good profile. It's going to attract people. And then once they accept, we can send them a message a few hours later. And so, in terms of the message, like I said, this message has worked to me in my particular niche when I was targeting agency owners, coaches, and consultants. So I don't know, every someone coming across this course, you might be targeting, I don't know, med spas or people in medical care or doctors. So you need to tweak it just depending on your niche. But I'm going to give you the rough framework. And so, hey, name, great to connect. And then you want to ask them a question. Are you interested in finding new ways to get insert desired outcome? Or you can say, is your med spa having problems um, problems with LTV or something, or problems with acquiring new customers, or problems with upselling customers? So the more specific you can get with the desired outcome, the more specific you can get with the pain point, the better response you're going to get. Like, if you can give them a pain or desired outcome that no one really talks about, for instance, like upselling. So, are you having difficulties upselling existing clients? Because that might be a pain point med spas or beauty salons or something have issues with. You know, your LTV is can it can be more, it can be better. So you can include that in the initial part of the message. That will get people interested, literally. And then you can be like, listen, I've got an idea, so I might be able to help you. Like, I've got an idea to help you get to insert desired outcome, but you want to position it in a unique way. So, for instance, I can say for my business, I've got an idea that can help you generate clients, not just leads, with $3 hour VAs or with commission only VAs that you keep in house, so you don't need to rely on an external agency ever again. I don't want to go into too much detail, but shoot me a quick thumbs up if you're open to more information. If not, no worries. And so you want to say if not, no worries, just to take the pressure off them so they don't fall for. So a lot of people don't get replies because you just sound very rude and straight to the point, which you can be, but you can be polite at the same time. Have a great day, and then that's it. You want to also, a lot of, I mean, people don't really talk about this. You kind of want to add some spelling mistakes in here too, just so they don't think that it's essentially like automated or it's a script. That works pretty well too. And this really depends on your niche. So if you're targeting like, I don't know, copywriters, and obviously with copywriting, their spelling and their grammar is perfect, maybe not do that. But with like niches, other niches, you can come across like more casual, put a little spelling mistake in there so they can think, okay, this guy just looked at my profile, he's just quickly typed this up, and yeah, it sounds good. I'm open to more information. So that's the framework. I don't want you to copy the exact thing, but that's how you script out outbound messages. You don't want to make it a big paragraph. You want to kind of space out the copy. You want a simple call to action. You never want to ask for the call straight away. I personally wouldn't. I know some people do, but I've never really asked for the call straight away and got much success. Um, I've always just asked them, quick thumbs up or quick yes or shoot me a yes, and I can send you some case studies. I can send you some relevant information. The way I would personally do it, and when you do this and you test it, you want to test an offer. You want to test a message. You want to send about 500 messages to test. So maybe you have 5 scripts. Every script you need to send 500 messages. See what gets the best positive reply rate. booking rate, and then scale that. You don't want to just test 10. You don't want to just send 10 people one message and everyone says no, it doesn't work, and you just say, okay, this is not going to work. So make sure you're actually testing properly. And that's pretty much it. So that's the initial message. Super simple. It's working. It's worked to me. It's worked for a shit ton of my clients, and it's going to work with you if you stick at it. And this can be done through voice notes. This can be done through videos. I'm sure everyone knows how to send a voice note on LinkedIn. I'm not going to explain on this video how to do that. Just figure out yourself. It's not very hard. And the video, too, it's very easy how to do that. And I would test this through voice notes. I would test this through videos, and I would see which one performs well. For instance, one of my clients right now, he's sending a lot of voice notes and he's getting success. One of my other clients, he's sending voice notes and getting no success. So it really depends on your audience and what mood they're in, essentially. And so this is an example um, of one that I scripted out. As you can see, it's very short, to the point, and I'll just read it here. So, hey name, thanks for connecting. Seeing that you're in B2B sales, I thought I'd reach out. I recently built a software that might help you. That might be able to help every sales rep on your team operate like your top performers. And so that's pretty unique. Like, okay, like you've um, you've built a software that can help all my sales reps operate like my top performer. Like, wow, you can imagine if I don't have sales reps myself, but if I did have sales reps and they could all operate like my best performer, like using this software, like that would interest me. And then I said, don't want to go into too much detail, of course, but shoot me a thumbs up, or you can say I don't want to go into too much detail without your permission. Like every other annoying person on this platform, you can just come across funny. Um, like it's fine. Just be normal, have humor, include your personality. But literally, shoot me a thumbs up, quick thumbs up, or send me a yes, and I'll send some more information over and some relevant case studies. If not, no worries. Have a good day, have a good week, and then sign off with your name. And that does work. I mean, I literally scripted this for one of my clients who has a software who's helping people in B2B. And this was her message, and it converted. And she started booking meetings from literally the jump through voice notes, videos, and text based. It all worked. Here's some examples. Obviously, this sheet is going to be on the community, so feel free to check it out. This was literally me doing an example of a video. I'm not going to open that. Let's see if this is going to work. Okay. No, I don't think it's going to work. But this will work when you open it on school. I'll make sure that's done by then. And this is literally how you send the initial message. So that's step number one. Let's now go on to the follow ups. And so if you're doing this yourself or your VA, you literally send 3 follow ups. Not very difficult. Whether they see the message or not, you want to send the follow ups. And so you basically want to send 3 follow ups every 2 days. So let's just say today is a Sunday and I message someone on Sunday. I wait now until Tuesday and if they don't reply, I would send the first follow up. Hey name, is the above okay with you? You never want to go ahead and start explaining your offer again, ever. Literally. You just want to be like, hey, did you receive my first message? Hey, did you get my message the other day? Hey, did you manage to check my message? You never want to talk about the offer again because you just don't. It's just like something you don't want to do. And then 2 days again, you say, "Hey, name, is that permission granted or not?" You can tweak these follow ups, but yeah, you literally just want to say something like that. And then, "Hey, name, did you get my voice note, video message, go through," and that's it. If after the third follow up they don't reply, guess what? You don't cry. You just accept it and you just move on to the next person that you could potentially help. Simple as. And that's how you do the follow ups for stage one. Let's get to I guess, the interesting part. And so let's just say, before I actually get to the mini pitch, if someone says, no, I'm not interested, just say, okay, no worries, have a good day. Try not to ignore people, just be nice, be friendly. You never know if they might come back in the future. I used to get bitter and salty and not reply, but I say, okay, no worries, have a good day, and keep killing it, keep doing your thing. And so the reason why you want to do that, because you just never know. Like this life, this world is a funny. it's a funny world, and you always want to try. You never want to try and tarnish or break relationships, and you always want to keep it civil with everyone because you don't know in the future they might need your help. And the fact that you actually said, have a good day, or keep doing your thing, they might be like, okay, this guy was nice, even though I wasn't interested, and I might need someone like him now. Let me shoot him a message. So make sure that you're keeping everything professional, civil, even though someone tells you to fuck off, which I hope they don't. You still want to say, okay, sorry for bothering you. Enjoy the rest of your week, etc. So we want to keep it professional at all times. And so, step number 2, so mini pitch. So let's just go, okay, cool. They've gone ahead and they are interested in finding out more. So a positive reply. A positive reply means yes, I'm open to more information. Tell me more. What does it include, etc. Do you know what, guys? I actually forgot to mention something in the step 1, which is DM objection handling. Just before I forget, because this is super super important. This is super super important. Have I got it here? Oh no. Wait a minute. I'm not going to edit this out. Okay, this is at the end. DM objection handling. Yeah, we need to talk about this at the end. Okay, so let's go to the mini pitch now. In terms of the mini pitch, remember, you want to tell people what you do, of course. Keep it high level. Keep it vague though, because like if you start going into detail in terms of what you do and like, all these unique mechanisms and this and that, like you're not giving them a reason to speak on the phone with you. And if you're charging high ticket, if you're charging anything from, I would even say 1,000 above. Like you're not closing them in the DMs. Like a lot of you realistically watching this, you're not closing guys in the DMs. So you need to make sure you're keeping it high level, so they're intrigued and they're fascinated and they want to find out more. And that's when you basically jump on a call with them. If you go into so much detail, I'll tell you right now, they'll be like, okay, yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, I'll let you know if I'm interested. And then they'll just pretend like they never heard from you, and they'll just keep it moving. And so, as like I said here, mention case studies if you have any. If you don't, it's fine. Just mention like the process of getting from A to point B. They mention high level about the mechanism you use to deliver. And so be unique about it. Like I said, I always use the VAs, commission only. They, will plug and play a VA within 72 hours and they'll do everything for you. So that's my own unique mechanism in terms of what I offer. You need to include yours. And so this is the rough framework. So it says, great. So we help niche, add an extra. Let me actually zoom in just so everyone can see this okay. Okay, great. So it says, great. So we help niche, add an extra, and then insert desired within time by mechanism. We do this by, your unique mechanism, so you can benefit. We helped, and then you want to include case studies, and then you want to go basically say, happy to walk you through the systems and case studies on a quick call. Let me, if that works, let me know, and I'll send some times. If your niche is more demos than sales calls, you can say, happy to walk you through a demo, etc. Let me know and I'll send times. And so that's how you want to do it. You can make sure you space out the copy, it's easy to read, don't write in big paragraphs. In terms of your case study, just showcase your best case study, or showcase a case study that's very similar to the person that you're reaching out to. That also helps a lot. Once you've done that, yeah, it should be fine. Like there's nothing difficult to this. There's literally nothing difficult to this. And this will start booking your meetings and getting people interested in speaking with you. And so this is just an example of how specific you want to be. And so this one says, great. So we help construction companies add 2 new projects per month by using intent-based marketing to get in touch with developers who are actively looking for help with their projects. We helped agency construction company land 50 new projects worth 10 million from speaking to 80 developers in just under 6 months. Happy to walk you through the systems and case studies on a quick call. If that works, let me know and I'll send time. You see how specific that is? You see the case studies, see the desired outcomes, very specific. That will do well. That will rip. And that's literally how I need you guys to script out your messages. This is another one too. I've got more examples, guys. Don't worry, I've got all the sorts. I'll break down these examples now. This is another one. So great. So we help tech startups scale their user acquisition by an average of 40% per quarter using data-driven performance marketing strategies. We connect you directly with decision makers in companies actively seeking solutions like yours. You see how specific that is? There's numbers in there. There's key, there's unique mechanisms in there. Decision makers, they're speaking in the language of their ideal clients too. Super important. Don't start speaking in a language where they don't really understand. You need to use all their buzzwords and stuff like that. For example, we helped startup tech solutions increase their monthly recurring revenue by 500K by securing partnerships with 30 enterprise clients in under 4 months. Happy to walk you through the systems and share the case studies on a quick call. If that works, let me know and I'll send some available times. Another very good mini pitch explainer, which will definitely get positive replies. Let's go on to example number 3. So great. So we help real estate brokers close an additional 3 high-ticket property deals per month by leveraging hyper-local digital marketing campaigns that target qualified buyers actively searching for luxury homes. We recently helped elite reality partners generate 50 million in sales by engaging with 50 pre-qualified buyers in just under 5 months. Happy to share the systems and case studies with you on a quick call. If that sounds good, let me know and I'll send over some times. Another very good mini pitch explainer. We'll get a ton of book calls using that sort of framework. Last but not least, so great. So we help e-commerce brands increase their monthly revenue by 30% using conversion rate optimization. I'm sure that's probably like a unique mechanism that e-com brands agencies use, and advanced retargeting strategies that bring back high intent shoppers. That's very unique the way they've positioned that. For instance, we helped Luxwear Co. scale their revenue from 200K to 750K. That's a big case study in 6 months, but optimizing their checkout process and re-engaging 10,000 abundant cart users. Happy to walk you through the systems and case studies on a quick call. Let me know if that works and I'll send over some time. So these are some really good mini pitch explainers, and you can ask ChatGPT, guys. Honestly, leverage ChatGPT. Get the paid one, $20, and tell them copy and paste this in ChatGPT, and tell ChatGPT this is my niche. Can you use this framework to answer to fill out the gaps? And they'll do it for you, literally, and they'll spit out some really good mini pitch explainers like this, and you'll be booking so many meetings, so many meetings. So remember, key points to take, guys. Keep it high level, keep it vague, mention case studies if you have any, mention high level about mechanisms you use to deliver. Right, perfect. Let's go back to now. So the mini pitch follow-ups too. So the reason why you follow up, but to be honest with you guys, let's actually break down the importance of follow-ups. Firstly, the money's in the follow-ups. The amount of more clients I signed throughout my sort of business journey through follow-ups is literally so important. I have 12 active clients right now that I'm helping them with. I'm mentoring them. Some of them I'm doing done for you. Literally a good 8 of them, I didn't close on the first deal. I had to follow up, I had to message, I had to follow up. And so that's why I'm saying it's super important. The amount of leads, money, businesses leave on the table by not following up is absolutely insane. So please, 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 in the name of Lord Jesus, follow up, whether it's you, whether it's your VA, whether it's your automated, and do it once every 2 days. And you're probably thinking, Josh, what, 8 follow-ups, 7 follow-ups? Isn't that a bit extreme? Well, this is when everyone gives up. Round two follow-ups. Okay, they're not interested. This is where the money's made. 6, 7, and 8. I'm telling you right now, this is where you're going to add an extra. You can literally add an extra $250,000 a year by just following up 6 to 8 times. And listen, don't listen to me. Listen to Patrick Van David. He had an interview with Simon Sebet, the English guy, the entrepreneur guy, and he said to him that he follows up like crazy. And this guy's worth $1 billion. He's worth way more money than me. So go and listen to that, and he'll tell you to follow up. And once he did that, I've been follow up already all these years, but once he said that to me, I said, okay, I need to make sure I'm following up every single lead who shows interest, because I'm losing money the more I'm not following up by. You're following up, super important. Like I say, you want to follow up once every 2 days, and it's all about just never explaining what you do again, just asking them very short, sharp sentences. Would that work? Let me know. Name. Add a gift in there. Be funny. Go get the gift of Pablo Escobar. Just daydreaming like that. You need a pattern interrupt when it comes to these things, guys. Name gift, busy week, still interested. You still there? We still okay for a conversation? And you'll see out of 10 people that you send your mini pitch or they're interested, I would say maybe you say you book 2 meetings. You'll book an extra 3 meetings by following people. That's how powerful it is. And then from 2 meetings to 5 meetings, you close out 25%. You close one deal because you followed up with 3 more people. You did that little bit of extra work. So super, super important to follow up. As you can see, guys, I'm not feeling the greatest, but I'm trying to, do this and help everyone out. So bear with me in my coffin. And so once they are interested in speaking with you, what you want to do now, you want to basically send over your calendar and say, so they said, okay, Josh, I'm interested in speaking. Um, how does it work? And then what you want to do, you essentially want to say, nice one, grab a time and we sit down. By the way, it's a low pressure demo, it's a low pressure call, so you can leave your card at home. Like make it super, super casual. Even though you want to obviously sell them on the process and make sure they find their card in their house because it's so good, you want to try and make sure they're very comfortable and just like low pressure and don't feel like they're getting sold to. Especially 2025, guys, everyone kind of knows, you know, everyone's clocked on the whole sales and getting sold to and stuff. So you want to keep this really casual. I've got different versions here, probably a little bit too much, but I'll make a copy of this. It's on school. Go ahead and pick which one works for you. And then you also want to make sure, so you send your calendar link and just say to them, listen, I'll be at my desk for another 5 minutes. So just book in and I'll confirm it on my end quick. And so that just pushes them to book in because I've had times where I've sent over my calendar link and they don't book onto like the next day or stuff like that, or they forget. And we don't want that. So make sure that you are booking, you are you are saying that last bit, guys. And that's pretty much it. In terms of the follow-ups, it's very simple. Same sort of thing. You want to send 7 to 8 follow-ups with these sort of messages. So does any of those times work? Let's get scheduled. Any good times for you on the link? Can't see I can't see you yet on the calendar. Are you free soon? Let me know. Change your mind. Or you ready to start? I name, say the times work for you. Still free to chat, name, let me know. And yeah, I definitely wouldn't be here today if I didn't follow up with people. So make sure that you are following up for leads because it's definitely going to help you and you're definitely going to sign an extra easily 2 free clients a month by just following up with people. And that's pretty much it, guys. I'm going to create a separate video regarding DM objection handling. I'll just put that separately. But all of this stuff will be in the community for you to have access to. Let's get messaging, let's get scripting, and let's start booking meetings. I'll see you in the next one. Right, module 7, database reactivation. You're probably thinking, what does this mean, Josh? Like, what's all these fancy terms? It's a very simple term. We're basically reaching out to people already in our first degree connections with a brand new message, with a brand new offer proposition. And I say this because there's so many leads that are in your first degree connections that you're not reaching out to, that don't know you exist, that are looking for someone like you, but you just need to remind them. And the unfortunate reality of LinkedIn is that you can post. So for instance, I've posted every single day for the past, I don't know, year. Like definitely I've posted every single day. I maybe missed 1 or 2 days. And unfortunately, my posts don't get seen by every single person in my first degree connections. Why LinkedIn does it like this, I do not know. On other social media platforms like Instagram, Facebook, yeah, your posts will be seen by every single person that you follow. But it's just the harsh reality of LinkedIn. I don't know why they do that, but they definitely need to switch that up. And so we're not going to complain. We're not going to moan. We're just going to try and find ways to basically be seen by more people. And so the reason why a lot of people tend to work with me, because I sort of tell them, listen, we're going to get you wins and we're going to get you wins fast. And I got this from Alex Emozi. How quickly can you basically, as soon as someone pays you, how quickly can you get them their first win? If it's a small win or a big win. So for instance, a small win for me could be, for my clients, can be getting really, really good engagement. So for instance, one of my clients I'm actually going to share with you in this recording, she got a nice win really early when she was working with me. She sells a software, so she's in SaaS, and we helped her construct a post, and she got the best engagement she's ever got on LinkedIn. So I'm about to explain to you, how well she done. And so this was the post, as you can see, 154 likes, 28 comments. I think this reached about 10,000 impressions, and I literally scripted out the whole post for her on a call, and this actually helped her generate a few inbound leads. And as you can see, she's getting a lot of engagement, and people being like, okay, thanks for this. I didn't actually know you do this. Like, let's have a conversation. And so, not a lot of people talk about this. The gurus don't tell you to reintroduce yourself on the platform, or you might have to pay to get access to information like this. Well, I'm telling you right now, watch this. I'm going to give you like a script in the content section of how to actually script out this intro post, and go ahead and post with a really nice professional picture, a bit like my client JC had here. But yeah, this is not a content module. This is that outbound message module. So I just wanted to share with you a little bit what you're going to be doing in terms of the intro post. But let's talk about the actual message and the reason why you need to reach out to your first degree connections again. I do this once every 3 months. So let's just say I reach out to someone and they say no, I'll come back in 3 months with a brand new offer. And so just in terms of the message, it's pretty simple what you're going to say. It's similar to the outbound messages that was in the previous modules. And what you're basically going to say, you're going to come across very casual. Let me just zoom in. And you're essentially going to say, hey name, hope you're doing well. It's been a while since we last spoke. How's the business, how's life, how's the family, etc. And you're going to go on their profile and you're going to check something. I've seen your recent post. Really love what you're doing. How's everything on your side? And just say, listen, just wanted to reach back out to you. I know you wasn't interested before, but I've got this brand new offer. I think it might be able to help you achieve insert desired outcome. Or you can say, I have an idea that might help you, with X problem, and I'd love to share with you how it might help you if you're open to it. Just let me know with a quick thumbs up and I can send some information over. If not, no worries. And let's just say 7 times out of 10, people are going to be like, oh no, not interested. But I'm telling you right now, 2 or 3 people will be like, okay, that sounds pretty interesting. He's been posting content. He's been active on the platform. Let's see what he has to say. And I'm looking for this problem right now, because there's so many times, guys, I've reached out to people, they've not been interested now. I've reached back out in 6 months, they're more open to a conversation. Literally, I've had someone consume my content for over a year, and I've messaged him like easily over 30 times all last year. And guess what? The first day of the month this year, he ended up working with me. So that's the importance of creating content. That's the importance of reaching back out to people. You're literally leaving money on the table. You're leaving at least $250,000 a year by not just reaching out to people in your first degree connections. So make sure you do this. Super simple, super easy. This is the way to get fast wins, like quickly, really, really quickly. It helps a lot of my clients. So for instance, my client Vina, she booked like 5 calls within the first week by doing this. Will booked the first call in 13 minutes. Vimal booked 3 calls in the first 72 hours. Brian booked his first call in 24 hours. Literally doing the same thing. I don't even tell them to start reaching out to new people yet. I said, let's max out everyone in your first 3 connections. They're much warmer. They know you. They might like you. They might even trust you. And that's just an easy way to get wins, honestly. Easiest way. So once you finish watching this, go ahead and re-message people in your first 3 connections. And I almost guarantee that someone's going to be interested in speaking with you. Once you've maxed it out, you can then start connecting with people, or you can connect with people, wait, and then reach out to first degree connections. Once you've maxed that, you can start connecting with second and third degree. And then in order for you to do this, it's pretty simple. So what you want to do, you're going to go onto your LinkedIn, so you go onto your homepage. Let me use an example. So let's just say I want to reach out to marketing agencies already in my first degree connections. And so what I'm going to do here, I'm going to click see all people. Then once I've done that, I want to click first here. So first means basically people that you're already connected with. You can filter it out. You can go location, current company. I don't really touch any of this. All filters. The only thing I touch is the title. So you can, for instance, put founder, and you want to put quote on founder or you can put CEO, etc., and it will come up with people that just have this in their name. Um, Sometimes I do this, sometimes I don't. For instance, for this particular time, I'm gonna leave it, and then there's 588 people that I can message. And if I'm reaching out to 588 people, that can get me, 4, 5, even 6 booked calls. If I'm closing at 25, 30%, that's a client. And so I know, okay, I need to reach out to 588 people for me to sign one client. And so whether you want to do it or whether you put this onto a campaign, you automate this, or you get a VA to do it, I highly suggest that you go ahead and reach out to people already in your first degree connections. Like, I don't want to emphasize it so much, but it's super simple, super effective. It's an easy way to get you wins, and that's the way I personally do it. There's different approaches. You can offer them a free lead magnet. For instance, I'm offering a lot of people now to join my free community and then nurturing them over time. If they're not, well, if they're not ready to buy, you can offer them, a free resource or get them onto your email list, etc. So it's really important to just provide the value up front. But hopefully they've seen your posts because they're in your first degree connections, and they're like, okay, as long as you have a good offer for a good proposition, and you know their pain points, and you're really specific with the solution that you can help them solve, I'm telling you right now, people are going to be interested. Remember, not everyone's going to be interested, but we don't care. We only need 1%, 2%, 3% of the market to buy for us, especially if you're charging high ticket. And I know a lot of you watching this course will be. And so that's pretty much it for the video. This is a super short and sharp one. It's not difficult. So as soon as you watch this, go into your LinkedIn, go type in your niche and start messaging people. Start sending voice notes. Start sending videos. You can do text based too. Like I said, you can automate this, but make sure you're just doing it. Honestly, go ahead and implement this. I can tell you, I can almost guarantee it works. If you don't believe me, well, check my case studies on my YouTube channel, and literally we've done that. I literally have a website of like client wins that let me just share with you now, just so, because I actually want all of you to do this, please. I didn't actually create this training for you guys not to implement. And so these are some of my clients. Got my first positive reply within 1 hour, sending her the message. Boom, booked a call. Thank you. Got positive reply, send them a booking, positive reply, first win inbound lead, 2 positive replies, 1 booked call for Monday. Vina, one of my clients, she got 17 positive replies in 1 day. Let me actually share with you this case study. Reach out to 15 people. Okay, 2 booked. Just booked a call. Let me actually get the exact. Like I said, these are all my case studies, and a lot of these case studies are from doing the database reactivation too. We didn't do the database reactivation, like I wouldn't be getting good case studies. And so I said to her, so that's 17 positive replies in 2 days. What message are you sending again? She said, I think I can't keep count. Like, she just can't keep count how many people are saying, I'm interested, I want to speak with you. Um, yeah, and that's pretty much it. So make sure you're doing it, and don't hesitate to actually like be bold with your offer, and you'll be absolutely fine. So that's it for the video. If you haven't joined the free community, join, ask questions, don't be shy. Like, there's money to be made, and you'll be absolutely fine. So that's it. I'll see you in the next one. Let's get it.
Right, guys, I want to be totally honest with you. Content has pretty much changed my life. It's been able to help me sign at least 3 to 4 additional clients every single month. And I've built a business solely around outbound, but on the back end, well, shall I say the front end, because LinkedIn, your content is literally your front end. I kind of understood how to create content because I knew it would be a valuable skill in order for me to eventually stop having to do outbound, because at the end of the day, I don't want to have to get a VA every single day to send hundreds of messages. I want to create a business where I post a piece of content and it generates me 3 to 4 leads every single day. But in the meantime, I have had to get good at outbound cold messaging, getting strangers to want to speak with me. But right now, I kind of have not necessarily mastered the skill of content, but I certainly know how to create content. I certainly know how to get people to like my post, comment, shoot me a DM, and it's working super well. And I only have 6,000 followers. I have 600 subscribers on YouTube, and I'm still a I'm still a very like I'm still at a small scale, shall I say? Not got hundreds of thousands, and I'm seeing the benefits of creating content at a small scale. So I know a lot of you coming across, this video, my YouTube, you're just starting out. You haven't got you haven't got up to 1,000 followers. You haven't got no subscribers. But trust me, stick at it. Get good at content. I'm going to share with you how to create really good content, how to do storytelling, lead magnets, all that good stuff to help you generate inbound leads on LinkedIn. But before I go into that, I need you to just understand and sort of go through the whole mindset things because, and I'm not a mindset coach, but it's kind of important to just stick at it because you're going to create content now. So you're going to watch this. Maybe 20% of you are actually going to implement everything I tell you, and you're not going to see the results within the first week, 2 weeks, and then you're going to give up. But you just need to carry on doing it because it's eventually going to work. Like literally, I've been posting every single day for the past year, and maybe I might be a slow learner. I'm only seeing after a year later that my content's converting. I'm generating a lot of inbound leads, and my face is getting out there. But if I gave up after the first week, after the first month, after the first 3 months, after the first 6 months, then I wouldn't be where I am right now, where I'm generating three, four, five leads through content every single month. Put it this way, my content's performing way more than my outbound messaging. So you kind of need to get this right. Like a genuine conversation, boy to boy, man to man, boy to woman, you need to get this part right, guys. It's honestly going to change your business and it's going to really help you grow on the platform. With that being said, let's get into it and let's start working. And so we want to create content that drives leads, not likes. I see so many people on LinkedIn, they have hundreds of comments, hundreds of likes, and I'm telling you right now, not a lot of people are making money. I'm saying this from experience because I had a sales call with someone, and I think she was like a sales coach last year. She had 20,000 followers. She didn't know how to monetize. She didn't get really good engagement. To be honest with you, she got a few hundred likes, but didn't know how to turn those likes and comments into clients. And so it's super, super important to actually know what you're doing in terms of knowing when to post, what time to post. And I can go through all of this in this recording just so you actually understand what you're doing and what actually drives the needle. And so from my experience in terms of how I post, this is the way I post. I do storytelling, lead magnets, unpopular opinion, an intro post, which not a lot of people talk about. A lot of people talk about this, but probably in paid communities. I'm giving it all away for free, and then educational slash value based. And essentially, you just want to keep testing the different posts, like which one performs better, which one gets you better results. I've personally seen from experience storytelling, unpopular opinion, lead magnets, they do well. The intro post will do well, but the intro post you can only do like once every 3 to 6 months, or if you go viral. An intro post is essentially introduce yourself to the platform, and you don't really want to be introducing yourself to the platform every week because people don't need to know every week. So storytelling does super well. We all love stories, and if you know how to position a story and then have your offer within the story or what you do, that will help you book meetings, print money, easy job. Lead magnet posts, super important, super valuable. It's basically giving something away for free where someone will pay maybe £50, £100, $100 for it, and you giving it away for free in exchange for like a comment and maybe their email. So that does super well on LinkedIn. I see so many people going viral on that. I've got really good engagement on lead magnet posts. I haven't gone viral, but I've got very, very good engagement and I've generated a lot of leads through that. Unpopular opinion. So, what do you believe that 90% of people probably disagree with you? Like, strong opinions and saying stuff against the norm does really well on LinkedIn. And just have a following of people that just, and the good thing about that, sorry, it's going to attract the right people. And so I can now say content doesn't work. You need to cold message people to get clients. And a lot of people are going to disagree and say, no, I don't want to cold message. No, like, I don't want to do that. But the people that do agree with me, they can end up being my sort of cult following. And I only need 10% of people to agree what I say. And because if people even leave a comment in my comments with like maybe not abuse, but saying I disagree, it's good for me because LinkedIn is seeing that my posts, people engage in it, they're just going to push out my posts to more people. And so that's why unpopular opinion posts do super well on the platform. And then educational value based posts, basically sharing some value in a post and making it simple and easy for someone to go and implement everything that you've mentioned in the post. You don't want to educate them and then they just forget about the post and forget what to do and forget how to do it. You want to explain what you do, give them some tips, and then make it easy for them to go ahead and do it. And if they do it and it works, well, guess what? They're going to look at your post more. They're going to maybe comment again. They're going to send you a message saying, "Oh, thanks for that post. It really inspired me." And so make sure you're also educating your audience and things like that. So let's first start with storytelling, and I'm going to break down storytelling and why it's super important, and just give you some examples too, and how to actually frame the storytelling posts. And so, step one, hook them in with curiosity. Purpose, grab attention immediately with a question, surprising fact, or intriguing statement. So the hook can be, what if I told you I almost walked away from my career before finding success? And so with a post, let me actually break this down in a nutshell also, just so you understand the fundamentals of actually creating a post, because a lot of people don't actually know how to post and don't know what a hook is, call to action, etc. So let's just say content framework. So with content on LinkedIn, there's a hook, there's a rehook. I didn't make this up. This is actually Jasmine that made it up. Shout out to him. There's the meat of the conversation, and then there's the summary, and then there's a call to action, and then there's a PS. And the PS is a simple question. So anytime you make a post, you want to use this framework. Anytime I make a post, I try and use this framework. I've always got up, I try and have a hook, a rehook, and then the meat of the conversation. Then I summarize the whole conversation so people don't forget what I say, because you could have made a really good post, but you know people's attention spans are 0 to none. You need to summarize everything in a nutshell, a call to action, and then a PS with a simple question. When I mean a simple question, I literally mean a question where someone doesn't think about the answer and they can go ahead and reply straight away. And so, if I was to give an example, I can say something like, this is just a random example. How many times have you eaten today? 9 times out of 10, everyone knows how many times. So, for instance, I've eaten twice, and so I put in the comments twice. That's how simple you want the question to be. And the reason why, the reason why so many people don't get engagement and comments um, in their LinkedIn sort of when they post is simply because the questions, because a lot of people ask questions at the end of the post and it's too complicated. They're asking all these like hard questions where people can't like, it takes time for someone to think about the answer. Don't make people think. It's literally a book, and I can't remember, I read a book about it. Like, you don't want people to think anything regarding your business, your sales process, what you do, your content. You want it to be very easy and simple to follow. I know a lot of people actually message me and say, Josh, I love your content. It's very easy to follow and it's simple and it's just easy to understand. That's how you want people to be. Make it super easy, make it super simple. So that's the rough framework. Definitely, I'll add this into the free community. If you haven't joined, join. I'll be having all these resources in there just because I can't put them all on LinkedIn, of course. And I can give you this resource where you know, okay, if my post doesn't have a hook, a rehook, the meat, the summary, call to action, and a PS. So that's super important. So if I'll just give you an example, potentially one of my posts with like a good hook, a good rehook, just so you understand what I mean and what I'm actually saying. And so let's just go the last 30 days, my best performing post. So, okay, cool. So this is perfect. So the first two sentences is where people are going to see the post. So if I if I copy and paste this onto Clio, if you don't have Clio, guys, this is a really good app. Oh, what's happened here? So let me just open Clio. So Clio is this really cool app where basically you can funnel hack people's posts and see which posts do super well, and you can basically copy them. All the top guys, all the creators, everyone's just copying each other. And so with Clio, if I copy and paste this here, and then so this is the hook. So when someone comes across this post on their phone or on their iPad or on their laptop, you can see now, okay, I need to try and hook them in the first two sentences so they can click the see more button. And that's why sometimes I personally spend up to maybe 15-20 minutes just thinking about hooks or asking ChatGPT, give me a better hook. How can I hook this person in better? How can this person, stop whatever they're doing and get their attention essentially? And so make sure the hook and the rehook of your post is probably the most important thing, that the copy and the call to action. Because if you don't get hooked at the start, no one's going to read your post. Let me just give you another example just so you can see it like live and maybe see it on the timeline if anyone's actually got a good hook. Okay, that's not a very good hook. A brand isn't just what you sell, it's how you make people feel. That's a good hook. As you can see, he's got good engagement there. He's got a good creative. So that's gonna make people want to see more. So I see more. As you can see, I think he's just talking about a client. It's easy to read, so he's not writing a big bulky paragraph. Do not do that on LinkedIn. You can obviously improve with a call to action, but I think what's made this post is the hook, the rehook, definitely the the creative of the of what's her name, of Sarah, obviously promoting the brand. So that's probably what's made the post. And then in terms of actual, yeah, in terms of what he's actually saying, I guess it's just general advice, etc. It's educating here. But the main thing is the hook, the rehook, and the creator. That's probably made this post, and so that's what people are doing. So if you're not really familiar with creating content on LinkedIn, super important to hook them in and make sure you keep their attention essentially. And so that's the framework. Very simple to do. It's going to take time. This is taking me time, and I'm still not great at this. But this will definitely help. And so this is a sort of unpopular opinion post. I'll go through this when I'm talking about unpopular opinion posts, and actually did pretty well, 1,700 impressions. So we'll talk about that in a minute. But let's go back to the training in terms of the storytelling post that we're going to be talking about. So we're going to hook them in, and then interest them with a problem, introduce a relatable problem that resonates with your audience for your storytelling. I struggled with staying consistent on LinkedIn and felt like no one cared about my content. Finding the right client seemed impossible, and I was stuck chasing low paying gifts. And the good thing about this, like, that's relatable. Like, everyone starts from somewhere. Your first week of business, your first month, your first year, your first 5 years of business can suck, and people would understand and relate to that. And so that's something where to keep the person carry on reading the post, because it's done, they can feel relatable. And then retain them with your own story. So this is when you can go and start talking about your personal journey or challenge related to the problem to make it relatable and human. And so I remember spending hours creating content, only getting 2 likes, both from my family members. There was a point where I was sending dozens of proposals, but hearing nothing back. It felt hopeless. And this is literally me. Like, I was literally spending hours of creating content only to get 2 likes, both from literally family members just trying to support me. So that is so relatable to everyone. And then capture them with your personality, infuse your stories with traits, quirks or values that make you unique and relatable. Sorry. And then here's some examples, and then sell and maintain them with a solution. So share the solution you discovered and how it can help your audience, ending with a invitation or call to action, like I mentioned, a call to action. And then that's pretty much it. So as you say, the call to action is simple. Have you ever faced something similar? What would you do in a situation? Does it sound familiar to you? And that's how you get people to engage. And this is just some examples of some templates. Like I said, I will link it in the free community. And I've also got some examples for you to have a look to. As you can see, it's spaced out. The copy is easy to read. You can even skim read it. I know people are really quick with skim reading too, so it's awesome. And then also, so this is one of my clients. You can also add a call to action at the end of every single post. Like I mentioned in previous recordings, you can explain what you do, So you can insert your name, click my name, and follow. Insert what you do. I help agency owners sign clients on LinkedIn through commission-only virtual assistances, and then you can also insert your website or your newsletter or your YouTube page or your community, and you can do that every single day with posts, just so people are reminded what you do, and it's a clever way to actually generate leads. And so that's it for story posts. Super simple but super effective. And in terms of story posts, you want to be doing story posts 2-3 times a week, so people can actually like trust you. I think with story posts you can gain a lot of trust for your audience, and it's super valuable from what I've seen. Perfect. So let's now go on to lead magnet posts. So lead magnet posts, like I mentioned, it's you giving something away for free, but not just anything mediocre, something where people would generally pay $100 for free, $100 for it, but you're giving it away for free. And so I've done so many lead magnet posts in the past that have done well. Let me try and get an example for you now, just so you can see how the framework is. We can just go the last 90 days to see what comes up. 22,000. Okay, this one done 5,000 impressions. So this was the hook. I've booked 799 meetings on LinkedIn in 2024. I spent 3 hours mapping out the entire process on a whiteboard. So that was the hook. And now I'm sharing with you the exact steps with you. Sorry, now I'm sharing the exact steps with you. I explain the exact steps. These exact steps, exact strategies I also show clients. And then I gave some case studies. Want to give a what comment training, I'll send it over. And I think the reason why it's done so well, obviously the hook, I booked 799 meetings, pretty impressive. And then, I spent 3 hours mapping it out on the road, on a whiteboard. This is literally me mapping the whole thing out. So yeah, this got 64 comments, and then a lot of people were engaging in it. So that was pretty awesome. So in terms of the framework, if I was to go back, so yeah, you want to hook them in, same thing like every post, hook them in, your unique point, explain why your approach stands out or isn't commonly taught, and then you want to give a teaser, a little bit of a teaser, not too much, and then your lead magnet pitch, and then a call to action. And then these are some examples here of mine and some other people that I've thought done pretty well with lead magnet posts that you can also go and see in the free community. So that's literally how you do lead magnet posts. You want to do lead magnet posts a couple times a week. That will help you generate leads. So you need to get good at that. You need to get good at it ASAP very quickly, because it's going to help you generate a lot of business. So in terms of unpopular opinion posts, so we can go back and see my example that I was going to share with you earlier. So this one did pretty well. It was not really an unpopular opinion, but it's just something where people will be like, oh, like, I get what he means there. Something that people can relate to. So we'll go to last 30 days. Okay, so be careful here. Be careful in here. LinkedIn's got this weird fake energy sometimes. So that was the hook and that was the re-hook. And the reason why I said this platform got a weird fake energy, because it does. Everyone's too nice, and when I'm around people that are too nice, I get a little bit cautious. What's going on here? Can't trust everyone, and that's what I just stated, because I just stated my mind. I stated how I felt, and I didn't give a shit. So these posts, like, people might give you some abuse in the comments, but it is what it is. Don't take it personal. It's not that deep. And that's literally how you do unpopular opinion posts. So, for instance, I could say something that I know might piss people off, but if it's gonna get people to like and comment and like potentially abuse me in the comments, but it's gonna help my post get out there more, so people can come across my profile, they can see what I do. I know people are gonna be like, yeah, I understand, and I agree with him, and obviously you're gonna get a percentage of people that don't. Hence the reason why, you see a lot of controversial posts always go viral on social media. So you want to be part of that. You want to ruffle a few feathers, etc. So that's it with unpopular strong harsh opinions. Here's some examples also here too. Like I said, I'm going to leave it in the community. Have a check, some examples, and then the rough framework. that's going to help you basically. And you want to do that once or twice a week also. You kind of want to post 5 times a week if you can, 4 to 5. If you're looking to grow quickly, that definitely help you. And then in terms of an intro post, so intro post is pretty good. It's basically you introducing yourself to the platform. Very simple to do. Like I said, the framework's there. I'll give you an example. One of my clients that we did an intro post for her. She generated 6 inbound leads. She got crazy engagement, 154 likes, 28 comments, and I literally crafted it up for her. It could have been a little bit. I mean, it could have been even a little bit better just reading it now. But I mean, she told me like, Josh, I've never got so much good engagement on my content. So this definitely works. 100% bring you some leads. Anyone that likes or comments on your post, you can always turn that, connect with them if they're new, and turn that into a potential conversation. And so, how to actually frame the intro post? So you want to basically be like, hi, my name is Josh. I've never really introduced myself on LinkedIn, so let me give it a go. That's a good hook. Then you want to explain what you do. You want to be specific with what you do and the outcome you're looking to achieve. So I help ecom brands, add an extra, improve their retention or something like that. I don't know, improve their attention by an extra 25% every single month. You want to be specific with the end goal. And then you want to add a personal touch. So when I'm not working, chilling, traveling, eating nice, having going to nice dinners, etc. So that's when you basically want to become. So people think, okay, this guy's like human, this guy's a normal guy, and then a call to action. So if you're potentially looking for ways to improve your conversion, by another 25%, shoot me a message and I'll be more than happy to speak. And that's pretty much it. And here's some more examples here. As you can see, the copy is spaced out. You can test it. I think the longer the copy is, the better. Shorter copies never do really well unless you're really good at copywriting. So just make sure it's a little bit more detailed, and don't be afraid to just be honest with your audience and tell them like, yeah, this is what I do, this is what I do when I'm not working, and would love to potentially speak with some of you who are looking for X, Y, and Z. And that's it with the intro post. In terms of the educational value based post, you basically just want to educate your audience. So, for instance, most people struggle with starting clients on LinkedIn, me included when I first started out. So that's literally the opening statement, and then add your tips. So I would then add my tips, add some examples, you can add some case studies, and then tie it back to the reader's experience, and then a bonus tip, and end with an engaging call to action, and that's literally it. It's very, very simple with educational posts. Here are 3 simple ways to sign your next 5 clients on LinkedIn without paid ads. So that's like a good hook, that's a good rehook. And then I'll give you some examples of how to do it, educate my audience, make it simple for them to go ahead and implement, and then with a call to action, and then a simple PS with a question. And that's literally how to do educational value posts. And I'll try and do that once a week. So if we were to split this up, if I'm posting 5 times a week, I'll do 1, 2, 3. Okay, you literally need to do a different post every day. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so intro post is you only need to do that once. So let's just take away the intro post. I would storytell at least twice a week. I'll do a lead magnet once, so that's 3, and I'll do 1 on popular opinion, 1 educational. And that's literally the way I would structure it. I do have a content calendar. If anyone needs it, do let me know. I'm not going to put it into the training because I don't see a lot of people use it. You can schedule your post on apps like Buffer, which is good. I used to use this, but I just make my post in the morning and just post it. But I know a lot of people use that, so definitely have a look at it. But with posting, it's going to take time. You're not going to be able to become an expert overnight. So make sure that you are training, you are practicing, sorry, you are, learning from not just LinkedIn copywriters in general, becoming a business owner, you got to be good at everything. You got to be good at sales calls. You got to be good at delivering on your promise to your clients. You got to be good at reaching out to and speaking to strangers and getting them interested in working with you. You got to be good at creating content to capture people. You got to be good at recording videos like this. I'm not the best, but I'm giving it a shot. You got to be good at a little bit of everything. But I can't lie. Content, if you can get really good at content, I feel like it's going to be a game changer. And I think long term, it's going to be the most leveraged thing a lot of business owners can do. Because if I create one piece of content, so this course I'm creating right now, this can be seen by hundreds of thousands of people, within the next year or so. How many people do I need to hire in order to reach out to 100,000 people on LinkedIn or something like that? Or how many emails do I need to send to get to 100,000? Like, it's just so long. So creating content long term is definitely going to be the way I'm going to build my business. And that's pretty much it, guys. So I'll see you in the next one. This one was a bit longer just because I had to explain different pieces of content. If anyone has any questions, drop it in the free community. Myself and the team will be able to get back to you as soon as possible. I'll see you in the next one. Let's get to work. Make sure you practice the content. Take care. Right, guys, module 10, inbound systems. This one's going to be good. This is where we eventually want to be in the business. We want a lot of people coming in inbound. We want people coming in inbound through content. We want people looking at our profiles. We want people liking our posts, commenting our posts. So I've basically built systems. If someone likes your post, if someone's commenting on your post, if someone's viewed your profile, if someone's connected with you, if someone literally sends you a message saying, I like what you do, give me some help. And so you will get to the point where you're getting a lot of inbound, but you need to do the things required in the previous modules. You need to create content. You need to get yourself out there. You need to send outbound messages. You need to leverage VAs to help you do this. And once you do this for the next 3, 4, 5, 6 months, you are going to get business coming to you. And we want to get to a point where the only way we need to generate business is to create a few posts a week. That's where I'm currently at. I don't do as much outbound because my content is starting to convert, but this is taking me literally 6 months to a year to get to the point where I'm generating anything from 4 to 5 like inbound leads every single month. I want to get that to 15 to 20, but right now I'm about 4 to 5 and I'm at a good place. Obviously always room for improvement, but I'm definitely at a happy place. And a lot of you, if you can just stick at it and be consistent with your content, be specific with your avatar, be specific with the pain points, and be super specific with the problems that you can solve, create content through that, you are going to attract the right people. You are going to get people to come inbound to you and connect with you that know, like, and trust you. You're going to get people commenting, like I said, and liking and all that good stuff. And so I'm about to share some scripts that you should use when people come in inbound, because I see so many people actually lose out on a lot of leads because someone's liked or commented on their posts, but they haven't even followed, they haven't even connected with them, they haven't sent them a message, they haven't sent them a comment. And so make sure that if someone that you can genuinely help likes your post, comments on your post, you go ahead and you start a conversation with them, because at the end of the day, guys, obviously inbound is luxury, but you need to go and look for business yourself. That's the reality of the situation. All because they've liked and comment doesn't mean they're just going to come towards you. You need to start a conversation with them. And so I'm about to share with you how to actually do this. Let's dive straight into it. So like I mentioned, let me put my face a bit smaller. So these scripts are designed as guidelines. Feel free to adapt them to suit your unique tone, style, and niche. And so the reason why I said this is because this is probably going to get saturated. This course might go viral. It might get hundreds of thousands of views. And so everyone's going to be copying the same way to message people. And I've seen this myself, like literally when I've clicked someone's profile, where I've liked the comment, they sent me a message. Hi there, what intrigued you to like my profile and stuff like that. It just sounds very automated, generic, and you need to add your own style, unique, the way you speak, literally. So when I now try and create content, when I now try and have conversations, I would generally try and speak how I would speak to my friends, or speak if I'm at an event or a bar. Like, I just want to be myself, and if being myself is going to if it's going to take me longer to get clients, then so be it. Because how long can you fake being someone else? And so I'm myself with my content, with the way I speak in the DMs, with my commenting. I don't care, literally. And so you guys shouldn't care too. And I used to be the guy that used to copy all these scripts and sound like everyone else and say this and say that. But it was not sustainable. It was literally not sustainable, and I couldn't do it, and it was really pissing me off. And so that's why I'm not doing it, and I hope you guys don't too. So while LinkedIn is a professional platform, it's perfectly acceptable to adopt a relatively casual approach when engaging with prospects, depending on the context. And so all because LinkedIn is a very casual, very professional platform, it doesn't mean that you can't basically like speak in very casually, speak in your language, and I wouldn't say slang, but you can just be yourself. Like, oh, if I was to reach out to someone that looks relatively young from London, maybe looks at me, I'd be like, oh, bro, how are you, man? What you saying? Like, how's things? How's business, bro? Do you know what I mean? If I was speaking to someone a little bit older and a seasoned professional, I might say, you know, hey John, how's it going? Nice to connect. Hope you're doing well. Have a good week, mate. So come across very casual, because the reason why you don't want to go off scripts, because firstly people are going to think it's automated and you're just going to sound like every other like automation and annoying person on the platform. You literally be yourself. Don't use scripts, and you're literally in that 5% of people that actually take all their business and take all the leads. And so let's go through now the scripts, and I can share with you now. Okay, these are all the inbound scripts. So let's just go through it briefly now. So if someone messages you regarding your services, I've got a script. If someone likes your post, if someone comments on your post, if someone connects with you, if someone follows you, if someone views your profile, if someone reacts to your post, so like, love, celebrate, etc. If someone endorses your skills, that's a good way to potentially generate leads. If someone comments on your post, your lead magnet. If someone messages regarding their services, if someone likes your post, if someone comments on your post, and stuff like that. Someone follows you, views your profile, reacts. Like, I've literally got everything, and I've got different different scripts and stuff like that. So let's start at the top. So if someone, this is like the top one, this is the one we all want. If someone messages you regarding your services, anytime someone messages me regarding my services, I don't mind being a little bit direct and being like, thanks for reaching out. I'm more than happy to explain. Do you have 15 minutes to have a conversation tomorrow to go over the process? And then once they booked in the call, I will then send them my VSL so they understand, if it's a good fit. They watch the VSL. If it's a good fit, great. We'll speak tomorrow. If not, they can just cancel the call. But I'd rather, while they're hot and interested, I don't mind being a little bit direct. You don't need to go through this approach. You can send them some more information, and then if they like what they can read, then book them in for a call. So test it out and see what one works. I think both work, but yeah, just test it out. And so in terms of, actually, let me put my face a bit smaller. So in terms of what to say, so you can say, hey, first name, thanks for reaching out. I'm happy to have a conversation with you to go over the process. What's your schedule like for the remainder of the day or tomorrow morning? That's actually a big one too. Hamosi says this quite a lot. If someone's like hot and they've come if they come in inbound and they're asking for your services, ask if they got time to speak, like literally there and then, on the next 10 minutes or next 30 minutes, next hour. You need to get them while they're hot and they've seen what you do and they're like, okay, like this guy can help me. You just need to get them as soon as possible, because if you wait 2, 3, 4 days, they're literally going to forget about you. They're literally going to have hundreds of people bombarding them in DMs asking if they can do the same thing, and they might not want to work with you. So make sure, when prospects are hot, try and get them on your calendar as soon as possible. Try and message them back as soon as possible. It doesn't, like, I know a lot of people don't like having their notifications on so they can focus, but in terms of LinkedIn, my notifications are always on and I'm ready to reply, because that's essentially a revenue generating activity, and that's going to make me money, like replying quickly. And so another version too is, hey, first name, appreciate you reaching out, happy to chat and walk you through our process. What does your availability look like later today or tomorrow morning? That's another way. And so if someone likes your post, so this is a big one. There's so many people that like my posts. I probably need to do more that are my ideal clients. For sure, I can get better at this. And it's just an easy way to start a conversation. You don't even need to come across very salesy. You can just say, hey, first name, so you like my post about topic, I really appreciate the like or the comment. Anything in particular that stands out for you? And then they could be like, yeah, Josh, I like the way that you talked about virtual assistances and how they help you. And they'll be like, okay, good. Is it something that you might need or something like that? And they'll be like, yeah, I was looking for one potentially. I'll be like, listen, I have about 50 on standby. I'm more than happy to sort of show you the process and what they can do for you. And they'll be like, yeah, sure, I'm up for it. And that's how you turn it into a sales call. Literally, within that 2 seconds, you're turning that person that liked your post into a genuine conversation, seeing if they need help, and then booking them in your calendar. And so version number 2, so hey, first name, notice you like my post about topic. Thanks for that. Was there anything specific that caught your eye? That's just another way of framing it differently. So if someone comments on your post too, another way, if literally someone that I can help comments on my post, I'm going to connect with them. I'm going to send them a message like it's just a non-negotiable. These are leads. These are leads that are wanting. They're literally commenting on your posts, and it would be just stupid not to basically message them or connect with them. And so there's two different versions here. So hey, first name, loved your comment on my post about topic. The point about, and then you want a bit specific thing they mentioned got me really got me thinking. How you're approaching related challenges similar in your work. It will be cool to compare notes, and that's how you can spark a conversation. And then version two, hey, first name, great to connect on my post about topic. The point you made about specific thing they mentioned was spot on. By the way, how are you tackling and then related challenges, similar topics in your work? It will be awesome to hear your take. And that's literally how you can start a conversation. You can actually copy these if you want, or you can just tweak them to how you normally speak. But these will definitely work. If someone connects with you, so if someone connects with you that your ideal client, you can literally be like, hey, first name, great to connect. So you're in, industry field. How's it going for you? Always curious about how others are navigating this space. That's a fair question to ask, and 9 times out of 10 people will reply. Hey, first name, great to connect. Saw that you're in field. How current trend / industry challenge. That's a bit you obviously want to fill in. Going on your end. Always interested to see how others are handling it. That's the next one. If someone follows you, hey, thanks for the follow. Anything particular caught your eye about my profile or posts? Hey, first name, appreciate the follow. Was there something specific about my profile or post that stood out to you? If someone views your profile, hey, first name, notice you checked my profile. Happy to connect. If there's something you're curious about, what's been keeping you busy lately? So just really having just casual conversations. And if someone, there's so many. I'm not gonna go through everything here because I'm gonna basically have this in my community, so you can copy and paste it. And literally, if someone likes your post, comment, just have it there. You can give this to your virtual assistants or your social media managers, and they can literally, they don't even need to think. As soon as someone likes your post, you can just go to this bit here, a first name, and copy and paste it, and then send it over. And so I've created this whole course for you guys literally not to think, not to overthink anything, to just go ahead and do, because it's going to help. Literally, I'm not showing you anything that I haven't done before in the past, and it's not allowed me to generate over 600 meetings on LinkedIn. And these are like the little things that not everyone does. In order to just generate an extra 5 to 10 meetings every single month. Majority of business owners can generate maybe 10 meetings max, but doing these things, like if someone likes, comments, connects, these things will give you that extra boost. 100%. I've seen it so many times. So that's it for the video, guys. If you haven't, join my free community and you get access to all of this. This is going to be important. I hope you get to a point in the business where you're generating a lot of inbound leads. You're getting a lot of engagement. You're getting a lot of likes, comments on your post, so you can go ahead and start messaging and reaching out to people. It's going to take time, but it's going to pay off. Stick at it, create content, reach out to people, do this for 6-7 months, do this for a year, and you'll start to generate a lot of inbound leads. I'll see you in the next one. Let's get to work. See you soon. Crafting a VSL can honestly make you so much more money. A lot of people take this for granted. A lot of people don't create really good VSLs. I never really created a good VSL in the past, but once I started creating better VSLs, I didn't realize how much this helped my business, how much this helped my clients' businesses. And in this particular training, I'm going to share with you how to create a really killer VSL so you can essentially stand out, qualify leads, make sure they show up, and just give you the best possible chance of you actually closing them. Because at the end of the day, guys, if you watch a really good VSL, well, your chances of them potentially selling you will just increase. I know, for instance, if someone watches my VSL and they're crystal clear and they watch the whole thing and they want to speak with me, my chances go from literally like 60% to like 90% in terms of closing them, because I'm really specific with who I want to work with, who I can't help, the process, the case studies, the testimonials, the offer, the guarantee, etc. And so it's super, super important to get this right. And I'm going to share with you not just how to craft a VSL, where to actually put it on your LinkedIn so people can click your profile, they can watch a video, and then they can go ahead and just book a call with you. So with that being said, let's dive straight into it. So VSL,
VSL creation and scripting. And so creating a high quality video sales letter is one of the most impactful activities for your business. Honestly, I've not generated millions yet, but there's so many people out there have literally generated millions from a 4, 5, 6 minute VSL. Literally, I know. I think Imran Ghazi even mentions it in one of his videos. He's generated over 20 mil through just a VSL. Insane. Like honestly, imagine creating a 6, 7 minute video that makes you 20 million, over the next, I don't know how long it was. But that's what I mean about leverage. Like what can you put in, something small that you can put in to get a lot out of it. So right now I created a VSL, 5 minute VSL, but I made sure it was perfect, and now I know in the long term it should make me millions and millions of pounds, dollars. And so, like I mentioned, creating a high quality VSL is one of the most impactful activities for your business. A well crafted VSL can serve as a powerful sales tool, effectively communicating your value proposition and converting viewers into clients. Take your time to build it right, as it will continue selling your services indefinitely. And that's a big thing. Like, take your time. It might take you 2, 3, 4 times to tape it. But you really want to make it good. There's no such thing as perfect, so don't overcomplicate it, don't overthink it, but really make sure it's good, and yeah, it's going to make you a shit ton of money. And so, just in terms of, oh, where am I going here? Just in terms of the actual creation and things like that, let me explain to you what actually you need and the equipment and all that good stuff. And so, ideally, you would like a good quality microphone. If you have the latest Mac or you have a Mac, the quality on Mac is relatively quite good. I don't have well, I do have a mic, but I don't really use it. I just record from my laptop, and I think like the Mac's got a real good quality. But if you don't have a Mac, invest in one of these. It doesn't cost too much. Let me actually share the one that I personally have bought. As you can see here, this costs £36, which is maybe like $45, and they have sometimes vouchers, etc. So get that, and that would definitely help you like with your call quality. But if you've got a Mac, honestly, the quality on Mac is good enough, so don't overcomplicate it. In terms of a reliable recording software, so I personally use Loom. I'm recording this using Loom. Loom's by far the best recording software. Literally $12 a month. You literally record, and you can like add it. You can simply take the recording and put it onto LinkedIn with no issues. It's super easy to use, and it's only $12. An absolute no brainer. Whoever created Loom is an absolute genius, to be fair. And then lighting. So you want good quality lighting. I have personally, so I'm using lighting right now. I personally use this one, and then I also have the ring circle thing. This is only £15, so about what, 19, $18. And then the lighting ring thing. I don't know what it's called, but I also use that too. So I've got two lights, and then I also have one of these, like, I don't know what it's called, content lights. As you can see there, coming in the background. It's just something I'm playing around with now. As you can see, I'm not really good at all this video content stuff, but yeah, sometimes I have that in the background just to make everything look, a bit nicer and vibrant. And so that's that. But don't overcomplicate this. If you don't have a mic, you can't afford it, then it is what it is. Just get something on there. Just record. Who cares? Ideally, you need to get this because you need to record from a software. And then lighting, as long as it's daytime and you've got lights in your room, it's not the end of the world. So simple and clean background. Avoid distractions by recording in a neat, neutral setting. So when you're recording, make sure there's nothing around. It's clean. It's clear. Or if you don't have if you don't have a clean, clear background, just blur it out. To be honest with you, because I do understand sometimes some people's situations are different. Just try and blur out the background, and that's it. Don't overcomplicate it. And then appearance, like get a fresh haircut. So for instance, generally, I'm taking this course serious. I literally got a haircut to make sure that I'm looking clean, I'm looking fresh. It just builds credibility. Dress smart or casual attire to your niche. So for instance, my niche is more agency owners and stuff. So I pretty much got a plain black t-shirt on. If you're targeting lawyers, you might want to dress a bit more smart, etc. But yeah, that's all. These little things do help in terms of when your ideal client watches the video. In terms of the VSL guideline, I'd probably now With the knowledge I have, I'd probably go 5 to 6 minutes. If I had to start this again, I'll create a VSL 5 minutes, 6 minutes straight to the point. Short one if necessary, but ensure all key points are covered. So you kind of want to speak quick with intent and conviction. And if you don't have case studies, you want to speak with real conviction because no one's going to believe you, especially if you're not showing case studies. I always tell my clients, I had to call my client today. I said, you don't have case studies. That's fine. You need to sound like people like, okay, this guy knows what he's talking about. He's speaking with real confidence and conviction. And then delivery, like I mentioned here, speak with confidence, clarity, and warmth to establish trust and authority. Be yourself, speak in your tone, your language. Don't try and follow everyone else. Honestly, just have a conversation and speak. Just be yourself, honestly. That's probably the biggest thing in content, outbound, anything in life. Just honestly be yourself and people will just naturally gravitate towards you. And so in terms of the VSL framework, let's actually get to what you're going to be saying. And so attention grabbing headline, attention grabbing offer. Sorry. So your headline, you want to start off a compelling headline that immediately grabs your attention and resonates with prospects' desire. So I can be like, right, if you are an agency owner and you are struggling to book appointments, we will place a virtual assistant into your company and you only pay them once they book you meetings. We'll do this and this will take us not a week, 2 weeks, this will take us 24 hours. And within 24 hours, you have a virtual assistant who specializes in LinkedIn and content and would then start booking you meetings from the first 2, 3, 4 days. And that's how literally you want to grab their attention like that. Straight to the point, get to the offer, no wasting time. The first 5 seconds of everything is super important. You want to have some visuals too. Don't be afraid to include some visuals. So if I go to my own VSL, I can actually share with you now on this recording. So if we go to VSL here, you can actually see this was my VSL. So commission-based virtual assistants, 1 hour a week. So I'm telling them, listen, you need to work 1 hour a week. That's it. 1 hour a week literally can be like 20 minutes a day. And qualified leads that trust you. And then obviously I've showed my credibility saying I've booked 600 meetings on LinkedIn in 12 months. I can also include there with one virtual assistant. So with on VA, and that's it. So I would get straight to the point. This is on Google Slide, very basic. I've got like emojis. This is my niche, and I'm just like to the point, no fluffing, no messing around. And then you want to explain that who are you. So briefly introduce yourself, your background, your expertise, establish credibility with key achievements or unique qualifications. So I would say, I've been on LinkedIn for the past 3 years. I've managed to book meetings myself, and now I show agency owners how to actually streamline this, how to leverage VAs to do this work for you. So you only need to focus on content, your clients, and sales calls. So really establish who you are. And then the most important thing, probably the most important thing in the whole VSL, who kind of help. So for instance, I would say if you're an agency owner, if you're a coach, consultant, service provider, you are a perfect fit for me. If you're them four and you have 1 or 2 clients and you have a skill, you know how to fulfill on your promise to your prospects, then I can most certainly help you. Who I can't help. If you are not any of those guys, I cannot help you. I can't help you, and I can't really help new beginners. You must have at least a couple case studies. You must be, you must have served your clients, etc. I personally don't want to work with new beginners. I know there are people out there that work with newbies, but I want to work with people that have got their skin in the game. And then you want to establish a framework and process. You want to explain it. And this is a big one too. If you don't have case studies, you want to present what your process is, your 5-step framework. You want to give it a unique name too. And so figure out like a unique name, like a unique selling proposition, and then mention it too. So with our 5-step hidden virtual system matrix framework or something like that, I'm just literally thinking off my head, that's probably a rubbish name, but that's how you want to name your process. And so briefly explain each step to demonstrate your structured approach. Example, our revenue enhancer system includes target strategies, process automations, and results driven execution. And that's the way you want to do it. With this, don't tell them too much, because at the end of the day, if you tell them everything, then they're not going to be interested in booking a call for you. So keep the process and the framework real high level. So step 1, we'll optimize your profile. Step 2, we'll train the VAs or something like that. Step 3, we'll do this. Step 4, we'll craft your introduction post. But I'm not telling them what we're saying. I'm just telling them we're going to craft an introduction post. Step 5, we will activate a database reactivation campaign for your clients to generate leads as soon as possible. And that's the way you want to position it. And then step 6, proof. So this is if you do have case studies, you want to share your best free case studies, or share, your best free case study. You can't really share case studies that you feel like they'll relate to more, because this is a VSL, you're going to do this once. So you want to share your best free case studies. You've helped someone generate 100 grand or 50 grand, or just money. You basically want to spend how much money you've made someone, increase revenue, time saved, or reduce stress, etc. Just depending on your niche. And obviously use visuals like before and after comparisons if possible. And I tell them, obviously on my one, I have visuals here. So as you can see, there's visuals. But I would tell them, I said, listen, after you watch this video, go to my YouTube channel and check these actual interviews I've had with these people. And they'll say the exact same thing in terms of how I've helped them. And so if you have case studies, interviews, if you have on your YouTube or your LinkedIn or your social media, well, tell people after this recording, go on those platforms, and you can listen to basically them saying what it was like working with me. So don't be afraid to do that. And then how we work together. Is it a done for you approach? Is it a done with you? Is it like consulting, advisory? You really want to go over like, okay, this is how it's going to work. Because if someone's looking for a done for you and you're offering a done with you, well, you just save time, and that's not what you provide. So they can just cancel the call. Hence the reason why VSL is super important. Then you want to restate the offer, because people just forget. Summarize your offer clearly, emphasize its value and how it solves their problems. Example, you get a step-by-step strategy tailored to your business, bi-weekly coaching calls, and access to exclusive resources to help you hit your goals faster. And then risk reversal, if you have one, a money back guarantee within the first 30 days or 14 days, etc. Or we won't stop until we get you X result. That's always nice, adding a risk reversal in there. And then a call to action, click the button below for your 15-minute strategy session. You can also say this to like, worst case scenario, you're going to get insane amount of value from the call. So I suggest you book it if you think you're a good fit. And just be like that. So like worst case scenario like this, it's going to help you regardless if you want to work with me or not. We can always, pop back, in 5, 6, 7 months. But this call would definitely help you. And I would do advise a lot of people to take the call, because you never know. And you definitely want to keep them warm, because at the end of the day, they could be a potential client in the future. And then if you have time, depending on how fast you go, you want to address common problems. What if I don't have time? I'm not tech savvy. What's the investment? You don't want to mention the investment. You basically want to say the investment depends on every single person and their needs. But it's something where when I jump on calls with prospects, I'll go over the investment if I believe they're a good fit. Because I'm not telling people how much I charge if I don't believe they're a good fit, because I need to jump on a call. I need to ask them type of questions. I need to see what they're doing, what they have done, who they worked with in the past. And then if I genuinely believe I can help them, I'll then share the investment. And then final tips, rehearse your script to ensure a smooth, natural delivery. Don't overcomplicate it. Don't overthink it. Couple takes and you'll be done. Honestly, no more than 5 takes, guys. Don't overcomplicate this process. I have a client right now that as much as I love him, he's taken a long time doing the VSL. And I had clients of that before, and it's probably having an effect on these campaigns right now, because the VSL is super, super important. And then you can remove filler words and distractions during post-production for a published video if you want. It's not the end of the world. We're all human. We all make mistakes. And then optimize results. So, down the line, you want to test different headlines, call to actions, video lengths to see what resonates the most with your audience. I've personally seen that 5-minute videos resonate more, and simple like pictures like this, honestly, like people don't want you waffling. People want you just straight to the point. Okay, what does this guy have to offer for me? And that's literally it. And so there's some examples here of like myself, William Brown, and Neural Knowledge. He's a guy that I think he's a mindset coach. It was a really good VSL. I'm actually going to include another one right now on this course. So this guy had a really good VSL. So I'm going to include it now, so I don't forget. And then you guys could check the community and see how he's positioned his VSLs. I thought it was pretty unique the way he's done that. And then I'll include my new VSL on here now. Let me actually do this right now on this recording so you guys can see it. There's no editing. I'm not editing this out. I'm doing it right now. I've included my VSL. I'm also going to explain to you where to include your VSL in your on your LinkedIn too. It's super important. And then with a call to action with book a meeting. So let me just put this in here now. Perfect. Okay, cool. So once you've done your VSL, you've done it on Loom, you literally want to go back onto your LinkedIn. So if I was to go to my LinkedIn right now, you want to include it in one or two places. Really depends on you and what you're feeling. You can include it in here. My link here is my free community. I really want to get people in my free community essentially, but my VSL's here, and ideally you want it on landing page. So I'm building. Well, I've got someone building a landing page for me, and so when they click this button, takes them onto the landing page. So this is my old landing page. I don't think it's very good, but I'm going to share it with you guys now. I'm getting rid of it. So this is my current landing page. So it's a big, basically the big promise, etc. Watch this before you apply. This should be. I did this on YouTube, but this should be a Loom video. So it's just a little bit easier, and it just looks like, because it's like a video too, and it's like a moving video, which is quite good and it's quite cool. So they don't have to click, and it comes up, etc. And then all this other stuff comes up too. So we don't want that. So I'm currently editing mine, and then you want a call to action, book your growth call. You want some more case studies here, and you just want case studies everywhere. Honestly, they're either reading this or watching the video or clicking this link or checking reviews, checking more reviews. They're just flooded with reviews from just a psychological point of view where they've seen so many wins, and the only call to action is to book a call or they click off. So, and more times or not, if you've got a good VSL, if you've got good case studies, trust me, they'll book a call. So you want to take people along this. You don't want to just include a Loom video like I did here. I'm actually going to remove this. I've just got it here now until I finish creating my VSL. My landing page. And so what you want to do, once you have your landing page, you want to copy and paste it into, so you can either put it in here. Let me just explain how to do that. You click the pen button here, scroll down, edit custom button, and then you want to click link, and then you put in here. Nice and simple. Then save it. Link text. Link text, you can just put, you can ask like a rhetorical question based on what your niche is having problems with. So do you want a virtual assistant? That's what I might potentially say. Do you want a VA to help you with outreach, etc.? Question mark. Watch this video. In terms of putting the feature section, you click the pen button here, and then you'll click plus, add a link, and then you want to add the link here, add the link. You want to create a thumbnail. So with the thumbnail, you want to basically ask like a rhetorical question, like want to book meetings on LinkedIn with a commission only virtual assistant, question mark. And then they click, takes them onto obviously the VSL, the landing page, etc. So that's the way you want to do it. You don't want to put anything in description, because when you put something in the description, it doesn't take you straight to the page straight away. It takes you onto like another bit of LinkedIn, and then it takes you on this page after. We don't want that. We don't want to cause and make any friction to people that are potentially interested in speaking with us, essentially. So once you've done that and you've saved it, you would then be able to see it in your feature section. That's it. As you can see, my feature section, it's just got case studies, and it's got my VSL, and then it's got my free community. So that's the way I've positioned it. You guys do the same. I'm sure it'll work. I've done this. I've been testing this for a while, and a lot of people coming inbound. They've seen my case studies. They've watched my VSL, and with the VSL too, also when you're pitching your services in the DMs, you can ask people and be like, by the way, I've got a quick video explaining what I do. Can I just send it over if that's okay? And I've got it in my DMs right now, actually. So, okay, so this lady here I'm speaking to. So I actually sent her my VSL here. So she said, sure, that would be great. I said, can I send you a video explaining? Sure, that would be great. So, and it's literally 5 minutes. It's not like a 30-minute video, because I've tested it and people don't want to watch a 30-minute video. Like, why are you taking so much of someone's attention when they don't even know who you are? So make the VSL super short and sharp, and you'll be absolutely fine. So that's essentially it for the video on this particular one. This is how you create a VSL. This is what I've personally done. This is what I consult my clients on doing, and this is what I've managed to see and find out with all the killers out there that are creating VSLs to absolutely print their money. So make it short, make it sharp, add your value proposition, add case studies, be yourself, have a nice background, get to the point, Speak with conviction, and you'll be absolutely fine. All right, guys, that's it for this particular video. I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Right, last module, how to hire virtual assistants. This is the one that I know a lot of people have been waiting for. And the reason why I decided to create this particular training last, because I essentially want you guys to figure out how to book appointments yourself. As soon as you've figured out how to book 5 to 10 appointments, even within a month, you can then outsource it to a virtual assistant who you only pay once they book you qualified calls. And the reason why I've done this, because I believe in business, in life, you don't really want to outsource anything that you don't know first. So become really good at something and then outsource it. Because at the end of the day, if you outsource something you don't know, firstly, you're going to be wasting money. You're going to be wasting the virtual assistant's time. And you're never actually going to understand why it's not working or not. So, and I'm saying this from experience, I outsourced stuff way too early and I didn't have a clue like why it was working, why it wasn't working. The VA was doing all this work and we weren't booking meetings. She wasn't getting paid. And I was like, this is not going to work. I got to a point where I felt sorry for the VA and I just paid her for a time regardless. But now I know what works. I know what messages to send and I can sort of predict how much money I'm going to be paying the virtual assistants. And so, disclaimer, do not outsource this unless you know how to book meetings or unless you're working with a potential agency or someone good at booking appointments. For instance, someone like myself, I know how to book appointments for clients and you can outsource it to external companies. But if you don't know how to do it, if you're trying to figure this all out yourself, it's fine. It's not very difficult. Just stick at something, keep tweaking messages, keep tweaking the way you position your offer. Eventually, you'll book a meeting, document the whole thing, screenshot the whole conversation, do that 5 times, do that 10 times, and then outsource it to a virtual assistant to help you to really scale. And yeah, that's essentially why I left this to the last recording, just because don't outsource anything that you don't know. You'll be wasting so much money. That being said, let's dive straight into the training and explain to you how to actually go about doing this. So, how to hire commission-only virtual assistants. So I'm going to share with you hiring websites, where to actually find these A players, where I've personally found them. I've got 3 virtual assistants, all are absolute killers, all can run the business. I've got 1 head of ops who can literally run my whole business without me, and even probably take sales calls, to be honest with you. She's that good. I was on holiday a few weeks ago and I didn't do any work apart from sales calls, and the business was running fine. Everyone was happy, clients were happy. So it's super important to, essentially, when you find a good virtual assistant or head of operations, your business just literally, like, you start enjoying business again. Because before, I wasn't really enjoying the business, but she made business and life a lot more easy for me. And then I'm going to give you like a job post template to use, different variations too, just depending on what you're actually looking for. And then an interview workflow, a contract or service agreement that you actually send over to your virtual assistant. You want everything to be done professionally. Company guidelines, so once they start working with you, essentially like what they have to follow and your company sort of ethos and what you stand by. End of day report, also start of day report too, forgot to mention in there too. So basically them reporting to you every day what they're doing and what they've done, etc. And then an application form too, interview questions like best practices and questions, and then a setter payout tracker. And so basically just a simple spreadsheet so they can have all the meetings they booked and then you know how much you're paying them. Perfect. So let's dive straight into the high-end websites. So like I said, I'm based this course, this training, everything you're seeing is what I've personally done to book meetings to hire the best virtual assistants. So whether people follow this or not, I'm only teaching you what's worked for me personally. And these are the best websites I've personally seen. I'm sure there are so many other, like I've not even tapped into, like I heard there's really good websites for people in that Ukraine, Mexico, Brazil, Portugal and stuff like that. But these are the best sort of websites I've seen that bring in really, really good A players. PH Jobs is by far the best I've seen. $69 a month in order for you to actually to use. but it's way worth the money. If you're a business owner, you want to take your business serious, I'm sure you spend $69, which in the UK is probably about 57, £56. I'm sure you spend it on worse stuff. So invest $69. Don't think, just do it, and you'll see so many like really good applicants come through that you can go ahead and interview. Facebook groups too. I was once working with a virtual assistant I found on Facebook, and the good thing about him, he kept following up with me so many times to a point where I just had to hear what he had to say. And so Facebook, there's so many different groups. You can just literally type in virtual assistants, and there's groups of like hundreds of thousands of people. And as soon as you write a job post, you see a ton of people, wanting to find out more, etc. Instagram stories. This is also good if you have a personal brand. You can put it as a post, you can put it as a story, etc. I'm not really too familiar with Instagram, but I do know from basically people that are in the same space as me that they found some real good killers on Instagram. LinkedIn group search bar, obviously LinkedIn post too. You can also create a post on your company page if you have one too, and just share what you're looking for, and you'll find some good people in there. I found probably my best hire to date on LinkedIn also. I actually remember it was on a Saturday. I was feeling overwhelmed. I needed a virtual assistant. I typed in virtual assistant on LinkedIn. I'm gonna share with you a minute how I did it. And then I literally, because I ran out of connection requests for the week, I sent her. I commented on her post saying that I'm looking for a virtual assistant. Connected me. She connected me. Jumped on a call with her, and instantly you just knew like she was gonna be very good. And then also Upwork too. Upwork keep banning me. I don't know why. Very strange platform, but you can find some real good virtual assistants on there. I found one on there when I wasn't banned, and she's been working with me for at least 8 9 months now. So she's super good. So you can do that. Fiverr. I'm not too sure about the quality on Fiverr. To be totally transparent with you, I've had a look at it, but nothing really impresses me as much as these platforms here. And so let's go over how to actually find appointment setters on LinkedIn, just so you understand how this all works. We can also go through, as you know, LinkedIn's probably the easiest one. PH Jobs is very simple to use. You just click this website, and then you go to post a job. You need to pay for it. So basically, what they do, they're clever. So you sign up, you post a job, but in order for people to respond to you, that's when you have to pay. And so you post a job, explain what you want, and then once people actually like are interested, in order for you to reach out to them, or in order for them to reach out to you, you would then need to pay $69. But I guess it's way worth the money, like 100%. Just do it. Don't think twice, and just invest in yourself. Essentially, you're the one that wants to scale. So in terms of Facebook groups, very simple. I don't have Facebook logged. I'm not logged in on Facebook, so I can't. Let me see if I can show. Okay, I am. Okay, let's talk about Facebook. So what you want to do, you can type in virtual assistant. Type in virtual assistant, and then once you've done that, you want to go, as you can see here, the groups. So there's so many groups. I've joined so many groups. I'm probably going to join this group now. 62,000 members, 1.9, 549. There are a lot of people. There are a lot of groups here. Virtual technology, over 300,000. And then you can join, see, freelance from work, VA assistant jobs. And there'll be some absolute killers, real good VAs in these groups. So do your homework. It's not going to happen overnight. I've not been on Facebook in a while, and there's actually a lot more than when I was actually searching. Honestly, it's crazy. So there's no excuse, guys. There's people out there that can definitely help you. That you can pay $300-400 for, pay a commission. That would help you with your workload, etc. And so that's how you do it on Facebook. It's very simple. Once you join, you would write a post, and you'll just see people coming in. I'm not too sure about this group here, but you see a lot of people getting engagement. Let's check this one. Let's go down. Yeah, so people are posting. As you can see here, 372 likes. So that you'll get a lot of people applying for the role. If you actually like position yourself as, okay, like this guy's got a brand. People are going to be interested in working with people that have brands, etc. Hence the reason why it's so important to build a brand, as you know. So in terms of here, what you would do on LinkedIn, you go to the search bar, you type in virtual assistant. Oh, how do I spell assistant? Virtual assistant. There we go. Virtual assistant. And then we want to go to, you could type in virtual assistant or appointment setters, probably more specific because we need someone to set appointments, appointment setter. Once we've done that, we don't want to go to jobs, we just want to click people. And then it'll come up with a lot of people. So we obviously want to go second degree and third degree, or if you have appointment setters already in your first degree, you can reach out to them again. We want to essentially go with, I've personally stuck with Philippines and South Africa. That's where I found my employees on, so that's what I look for. And then you can just go ahead and start maybe connecting with some. So have a look at his profile. A lot of them, yeah, so he has some good case studies maybe, so he might be a good person to potentially reach out to. And so as you can see here, over 20,000 people. You can also do South Africa. That's why I found some really good people in there also. And yeah, it's not like, it's going to take work, guys. It's going to take work. You're going to have to filter them. You're going to have to connect with a lot of people. Many of them probably won't be a good fit, but you only need one to really help you with the business. And so do that. Or you can also go to groups, see what comes up. As you can see here, appointment setter, sales closers, remote jobs, you can post on here and here. So there's a lot of groups too on LinkedIn. Or you can just essentially make a post. I mean, I made a post on my company page the other day regarding, I was looking for a appointment setter, and yeah, a few people applied, which was good. So that's that in terms of how to actually find people. It's very simple. That's the easy part. You make a job post, they come to you, and then once they come to you, and let's go on to actually step number 2. So in terms of what you're gonna say, you're gonna say something it's literally very simple. You're gonna get to the point. Let me actually make this bigger just so everyone can see it. You're gonna say hiring outbound setters, commission only. This is a big one, so they actually know that it's only commission. Because I made that mistake in the past where I wouldn't put commission only, and then I'll jump on all these interviews, and then I'll tell them on the interview that it's commission only, and they all won't be interested. So I know now moving forward, people that apply for the job, they clearly know that it's commission only. So if they're interested, great. If not, then it's not the end of the world. So make sure you clearly state it in your job role. And commission only, you can actually end up making more money than a salary. And I know this for a fact because my appointment setter right now, when she came in, she started booking so many calls. She booked like 30 calls. I paid her $20. And if you do the maths, I'm not very good at maths. 30 times 20. I had to pay her $600. $600, which is, I did close a few deals with that, so it was worth the money. But I stopped at a certain threshold. So once they booked me 15 meetings consistently for 2-3 months, I'll then just give them a base salary and then a percentage of the deals I close. Because $600 is not bad, to be honest with you, but I gave her a base and then a commission just to obviously keep profit margins super high. So you say hire outbound setters, commission only, proven systems, messaging scripts, and training provided. Reaching out to warm, cold prospects via LinkedIn, also using voice notes. Product, helping culture generate leads on LinkedIn and fill their calendar of qualified leads. Niche depends on ICP. Expectations, 15 to 30 bookings per month. Requirement, fluent English consistently, and consistency and charisma. And then to apply, you use this, you essentially click this link and you apply for the role. So it's very simple. As you can see, it's not like massive job posts. It's short, sharp, to the point, and then yeah, you'll see people apply. as soon as you make the post, especially on websites like here, where they've actually trained these Filipino workers, they're very professional. You just see so many people applying for the job, honestly. If I go to mine right now, let me actually go to mine right now, just so you can see what it looks like. So if I go to my Google form, job application, I think it's this one. Yeah, 18 responses. So individuals. And yeah, these are all the 18 responses. Because I was actually looking for an additional appointment setter. And yeah, you can basically see their responses. And so just in terms of what you're actually going to, you're going to create a form on Google Forms. Very simple to do. I'm not going to explain how to do that. If you don't know how to do that, then quickly search on YouTube. It should take you like 30 seconds. Um, once you've done that, so you're going to create a form. You're going to ask them certain questions. So you're going to get their email, their full name, their age, their LinkedIn or Instagram URL. Where are you based? Can you give a example of a time you've been consistent, disciplined to achieve something important? And the reason why you want to do this, just so you actually see where their mind's at, just so you can see like how disciplined and how hardworking they are. I hired someone from Egypt maybe about 6 or 7 months ago, and he ended up not being a good fit, but I was interested in speaking with him just because he told me he lost 20 kilos in like 6 months. So I was like, oh, this guy must have some disciplined work ethic. So yeah, I'm definitely interested in having a conversation with him. I like people like that. I'm an active guy, I go to the gym. I know how hard it is to, you know, lose weight, maintain weight. So I kind of like what you were saying there. And then this is probably the most important one. So please record a 15 to 45-second video explaining where you heard about this position and why you'd be a good fit. Link it below. Loom is recommended for recording because some of them don't know how to record it, so we just tell them to get Loom. If not, they can just do it on their phone or something. And the reason why I tell them to do this, firstly, because I want to see how good they are English. Secondly, I want to see their background. Is there any noise? Is there any dogs running around? Is anyone screaming in the background? Because essentially, I want to work with someone that has a peaceful environment. And so anyone that has a environment where you're like, oh, it can get a little bit messy here, I don't think they're going to be focused, then you kind of don't want to speak to them. And that's just the reality. I'm only telling you from experience, from what I've experienced. You don't want to work with anyone in a very noisy environment. You want all your employees in a sort of quiet, stable place where they can just do the work and provide their best work and work ethic, etc. So that's it. Very simple. Once they've obviously filled it out, you will then have to like watch the video and see what they have to say, and then if they're good fits, you would then create a calendar. So a private calendar is what I did. So I created a private calendar. Where's my calendar? And then they can just use this link. So you email them back saying, hey, thanks for applying for the role. It looks like you might be a good fit. Use this link to book a call. No, actually, take that back. You don't want to do that. Everyone that's a good fit, you basically want to get them all on you want to get all of them on one call. So a bit like I did it here. Let me share with you my actual post. So I got on a call with like 12 potential candidates for the role, and I went over and explained to them exactly what I'm looking for and what the role is going to be about. So as you can see here, so this was me literally 1 week ago. There's about 12 people on there, and I'm explaining who am I, what I'm looking for, what is required, what you need to do, etc. And then all of them got 30 seconds to basically just sell themselves to me, why they might be a good fit. And the ones that I was impressed with, awesome. The ones that I weren't, I didn't want to essentially speak to. But what I did, I dropped my calendar link in the chat and I said to them, okay, this is what I'm looking for. It's a commission only role. So if you don't want to work on commission, you don't need to book a call me. Use this link, book a call with me, and I look forward to speaking with you more one-on-one. And out of, what's that, about 12 people that joined, 6 ended up wanting to speak with me, 6 didn't. So I've literally saved myself hours upon hours trying to interview all of them, where I've literally just interview all of them individually, where I've interviewed all of them all at once, and then it just saves you essentially a shit ton of time, to be honest with you. So that's that. Once you've interviewed them, you can put it on a spreadsheet. Let me get the spreadsheet now. So this is just a spreadsheet of the responses of the job applicants, just with the date, their name, their email, and their number, just in case I need to contact them again. But in terms of the spreadsheet so this is a spreadsheet for when you're actually taking interviews, and this is going to be in the community. So feel free to make a copy and you can have it. So what you want to do, you want to create a spreadsheet. You want to put their name, the date, the email, the recording. You can record on, you can record on Loom, or you can record on this website here, TLDV. It's really good. I think it's like $39 or something like that. And then you can basically go ahead and copy the link and insert in there. Oh, payment failed. I'm going broke today, guys. So yeah, very, very simple. And then you just put the recording in here today, and then that's that. Nice and simple. So let's just move that. Okay, perfect. So what you want to do, you want to see if they're a good fit, good English, did they show up, good Wi-Fi connection, active LinkedIn account, do they have their camera on, were they on time, 5 minutes early, like little things like that. Like honestly, like if someone's 5 minutes early, I know they're serious. If someone's 1 minute late, then it's done. Like, I'm not even going to take them seriously. How many hours do they have to work? You want to know, is it 1 hour? Is it 4 hours? Is it 8 hours? Can they do a full day? Because if you're looking for someone to do a full day and they can only work 1 hour, then they're not a good fit. And so create a simple spreadsheet, very simple, just so you can see everyone, and then you can analyze it with yourself or if you have a team and see who's a good fit. So perfect. That's that. Let's go back into this. So we've talked about websites, posts, setters. In terms of the workflow now, so we don't actually need to cover that. In terms of the setters contract agreement, so this is a setters contract agreement. Like it's just a basic setters contract agreement, to be honest with you. You can essentially use this one, the one that I use, or you can just create one yourself or ask ChatGPT to help you. And it's just a simple agreement going over terms and conditions of the role. In terms of company guideline, so this is my own personal company guideline. So once they're a good fit and I have a first call with them, they'll speak to me, the founder, and I will just go over the following things. So if there's an emergency or crisis, keep us posted immediately. If you don't understand anything, don't hesitate to ask questions. A lot of these virtual assistants are very shy and they want to ask me questions. So I want to make them as comfortable as possible and let them know that if you have any questions, then feel free to ask me and don't be shy, because no time to be shy around here. Give us 24 hours notice if you are feeling unwell, sick. Obviously, if you wake up and you feel sick, you can't do anything about that. But if you feel like you're going to be like not well and you're getting the flu, then just let us know as soon as possible. Complete your daily tasks, and if you can't for some reason, communicate with us. Respond to all clients' messages via Slack and LinkedIn. So that this was a company guideline for my CSM who are going to be working with my clients. Do daily reporting without fail. Get 8 hours sleep. I know it might sound stupid, but it's important because so you can focus. Try to solve the problem first before reaching out to me, Suzette or Kim. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. If something is bothering you, please communicate with me. I don't bite. If you think something can be done better, please communicate with me privately or drop it in the group chat, and we can discuss there. And then smile, have fun, and let's build something great, basically. And so they're fully aware of the company guidelines. I want to make them feel as comfortable as possible so they can, work to their max and they can help, me build my business. So in terms of the end of the day report, basically what I tell them to do, very simple. I would essentially say to them, like the date, new messages sent, follow-up sent, positive replies, bookings, wins, problems. And then, yeah, that's just an example below. Very simple to do. You also want to go over, you also want to let them know, okay, when I'm starting work, when I'm finishing work too, just so you know the hours that they're working. And then in terms of the interview questions, it's very simple. You can ask them questions about, what you want. Ask ChatGPT to conduct you questions. These are my questions here. Like I said, they'll be in my free community, so you can have a look at them and you can basically copy them. I'm not too bothered. And that's pretty much it for the training, guys. So that's how I personally hired commission only virtual assistants to help me run my business. The more you can get good at, I mean, hiring is a skill. I'm still probably nowhere near as obviously good as someone like Alex Simonzi, but I'm okay at it. And I know I'm okay at it because I've hired people, I've trained them, and they're doing well and they're helping my business grow. And so you don't need to become an expert. You just need to become good at identifying, figuring out how to book appointments yourself, and then just finding someone who has the work ethic, has a good environment, has good Wi-Fi to basically copy what you've been doing. SOP the whole thing, share it with them, and they go ahead and do it, and you'll be absolutely fine. And that's it for the training. The last one is just going to be a sort of conclusion, me just speaking. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So I'll see you in the next one. Let me know if you have any questions in the free community. Take care.